I'll just dry my hair on stream.
There we go.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hi. We could have been a few more minutes late and I could have dried my hair. But you know what? Item Wizard, it's your fault. You know what? Because I was like, I'm going to work out today. And I worked out. So it's Item's fault because he's inspired.
He's an inspiration to us all.
Yeah. He's inspired me. Between him and J-Mac, I need to improve myself.
Yeah, we all need to improve ourselves next to J-Mac. Let's be real.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Good job working. Thank you. I didn't. It's not like 2 workouts in one day, like you. But I just thought, oh fuck it, because it's so much easier not to, you know.
Oh yeah.
But I was like, there's so many reasons I don't have to. Oh no, you're gonna be late and what? No, just do it. The 70,
where are you?
Where are you?
She said she was.
Yeah.
Yeah. She said
she's here. She's here. It just didn't make a little beat that she was.
Oh, hey. Yeah.
Hi.
Hey.
I was on time today. Woohoo.
I wasn't.
Yeah. Hey.
Hi, welcome, everybody.
Hey. Good morning.
I guess I can turn my camera off for this part. You know, just do my hair.
Oh wait.
Let's turn this into a proper Eagles team. Let's
Yes!
It's someone's kink.
Probably, actually.
I actually need to scale back my workouts because I had that when I tried when I started walking again after hurting my hip. I got a strain injury from. Yeah. Anyway,
you can't just go from 0 to 100.
You
don't
can't
do that.
You can set yourself up for failure with that because then it's just like.
Yeah, and that goes
you
for
get
mental
injured.
health too, not just physical. Very important.
Yeah.
People don't often connect it that.
You must be perfect tomorrow.
Incrementalism. It works in so many ways. Just minor improvements.
Yeah. Exactly.
Ratchet it up. Don't go radical.
Because otherwise, whether mental or physical, it will be your body that stops you, that gives you, well, the flashing red light, so to speak, and that's not going to be easy to endure because it usually comes with a couple of really bad experiences, so to speak. Also, just a word of warning. I don't know how much time I will have, 30 minutes, 45 maybe, but I'm also not feeling that well. So I'll try to hang in there.
Yeah, that's why I was also like, holy shit, Chinzy, you can't be late.
Well, at least we get a little hydra today. That's awesome.
A little bit,
yeah, we get a little hydra. You're making reasonable progress. Look, you're doing great. You're an inspiration, and that's why my
reasonable progress. How the fuck do you call that a reasonable progress? What you're doing, man? You gotta stop that, okay? I have a problem of usually undervaluing myself whenever I overcome insane obstacles with whatever problems I have. The amount of mountains that I have to climb, and how often I do. And how insane it looks from the bottom up, and I can't do that, and then I just fucking do it anyways. And especially with the problems that I have often this problem of, I did it. It was reasonable to expect. No, it's not reasonable. It was
actually fucking awesome.
Yes, you solved. You did amazing. You solved a really complex, a really difficult problem, and you're doing well. And don't be too hard on yourself. Don't necessarily expect this from yourself. Know that you are not doing the bare minimum. You are doing really well, actually.
It is so hard to be nice to yourself. I have this, why would you be nice to that? That one of the cognitive behavioral things that they do is they're like, you got to think about a situation as if your friend came to you, someone you cared. Yeah. It's in, what's it, the 12 rules for life as well. It's like, take care of yourself as if you're somebody you care about.
That really helps.
It's like you have to train your brain to do that because you're so used to just shitting on yourself. It's an active thing. It's very hard to do.
Yes, and it's what a lot of people don't even notice, that you don't even necessarily need to be shitting on yourself. You just have there is this creeping feeling that you might not notice, that whenever you are going uphill, you're sort of expecting that and rationalize a way that actually I'm on even ground, and therefore whenever you are not exponentially going uphill or not going uphill enough, you immediately have the feeling that you're going downhill, when in fact you are just necessarily not acknowledging of how much progress you made and how much you can still make, and not being able to properly reward yourself, or just take comfort in the fact that you are able to progress through, no matter how difficult these steps might be for you, and be sure to take them one step at a time, not too fast, plan it out properly, and be aware of your own needs and how much and when you need to stop and how you need to continue, etc. Very important.
I love that
Kind
message.
of stuff.
Thanks, Hydra. Also, just having it come from your voice is just trying to have be like,
Yeah.
okay.
It helps.
So what are we doing today?
But
So what are we
Yeah,
doing today?
that's a good
Okay, well,
question.
you know what? Okay,
Hey, that's my question. I get to ask.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Hydra is the one that decides what we talk about first because he's got to go.
I was asking the question. You are the one who answers the question. How about that?
Yeah, answer the question, Hydra.
Hold on a second.
Look at the title.
Wait a second. I've got a
It's
link over
Mauler.
here. Let me check the title of the Steam real quick. It says Mauler, Destiny,
What's the
Sam,
purpose
Seder,
you-
Doomer. Okay, got it.
I am the Leroy Jenkins of planning. Oh, okay, 0 bucks. Do it. Yeah.
So the Mauler
Okay, so
Destiny
yes, what's
thing
your
is about copyright / like YouTube, Twitch content, and then
It was the most
Sam
irritating
Seder.
convo I listened to in a long while.
I haven't heard it actually. I was like, what am I
watched-
catching up on? And
I
caught
watched
up
about
on the
a third of it.
Barbie stuff. Oh yeah. A third. So what's like 3 hours? How
There's-
long was it?
Well, no, it was 3 hours, and I watched about 1 hour.
Oh wow.
And then
Looks like
Sam-
I'm the exception this time because I listened to all of it.
good job.
Okay, then you can
It's
take
not
us
good
through.
job because I each passing
You
with each
regret
passing
it.
minute I felt myself lose brain cells. Like it was a
Oh.
What
problem,
was it?
seriously.
Oh, that's great. Tell me about it. I want to hear. Let me lose some brain cells too.
Mauler did very well.
That is an
What's
understatement.
that's
He was exceptionally patient and understanding, even when faced with arguments that came from someone who should know better.
Yep.
So I dipped out about where the other guys joined in. Mudahar and I can't remember the other guy.
Abba.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's so funny you say that because that's where I started to ADHD out, which means I had it on, but I stopped paying attention. But
the only way I could pay attention to it in the first place is if I did something else in the background, because otherwise I would literally just start to break down and rage over the stupidity of this. There are, it's not necessarily the problem that people hold positions that I disagree with so much. It's the fact that the arguments they bring to bear are things that they would never ever apply to anything else in their entire life, and are so clearly only used to justify this one particular topic, this one particular issue, that I can't help but feel that they are not paying attention, not being honest with themselves or others, or not being consistent with their moral framework. And whenever you are not being internally consistent, and that's the thing that triggers me most in my entire life, like more so than somebody, I don't know, just walking up and trying to kill me. Like not being internally consistent about it is the thing I'm going to lose it about. Like I'm just weird
so
like that.
Consistent. Like consistently hate me and I'll respect you for it.
Yes, exactly. I'll begrudgingly respect you. Like if you say, I don't know, you are 1/8 Jewish because I tracked down your great grandparents and I'm like a hardcore fascist and I'm going to kill you for it. Okay, fine. At least you told me to my face. But if you are a little slimy fuck about it, I fucking hate you. Because at least have the guts to tell me to my face why you want to kill me,
Nice.
I've just been told like I've got to be in a meeting.
Okay.
Andrew, take over the stream. Let's go.
Yeah.
Andrew, let me just go. I'll be like, okay, just hold on. You guys can just see if I have to suddenly pay for his team. I don't think I have to. Just hold on.
Wait, I'm prepared for this. I am. 1 sec. Got this. You go do your thing.
Emergency meeting.
And it's team.
Okay. There we go. Here we got all right. We're good.
That's great. Okay, wait. I've forgotten your email that I'm supposed to use.
Yeah. Here.
Just
I'll send that. Yeah.
Are you going to put it in Discord?
Yeah.
Patrick. I'll just see if I can be in this meeting, but like, South Africans, man, thinking it's 5:45. Hold on. Sorry, guys. But you can continue talking, and I'll just be in and out.
There you go.
Fair enough.
So intellectually consistent arguments.
Okay. I think I've sent to the right one. Yeah. You should receive the invite now, Andrew.
Well, it looks like we're set. If you do have to get out of here, we do have a replacement now.
I mean, she's great.
Good.
Look at her. Well, she's eating something, actually, looks like.
Looks like a burrito or something.
It was the tuna that I made for Gordon. Then he decided to order PF Chang's.
Oh, that makes sense.
It is.
All right. 1 second. I gotta dip and then
She
come
looks
back.
so much better than me.
Yeah. I gotta dip and come back as in the team.
Okay, I'll get online now. Okay, and then I'll just leave. And I'll
I
have you
love
guys
how
in
my
the
bottle
background.
is straight in the middle, by the way, when there are only 5 people. The background, I mean.
Oh, in the background.
Yes, the thinker's bottle is straight in the middle, like this. Now, because of the arrangement.
You are central to this.
Yes, exactly. I'm
I
the
don't
lead
know.
that keeps it all together, as Grace said. I don't know, something like this. I don't recall.
We are online. Get online. What? Wait. When was that? Where?
Also, am I not too loud? Am I not too quiet? Anything? Because microphone did something.
Hey.
Just asking.
You sound good to me.
No, you're good.
So yeah, I'm
I didn't
in.
notice the difference.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Bye, guys. I won't end. I don't think. Okay, let me just turn everything off here. I don't know. I can leave studio.
You can just
and I
leave. Yeah.
Should
No,
continue.
we're all
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, if you leave,
Just
we
get
should
the
be
fuck
good.
out. Okay, bye.
All right. So.
Or here the new leader.
Did you want to? Hey. So yeah. Do you want to go over any particular part? We can load up the video and then watch it together, or did
The problem is I have particular critiques, but they're all sort of spaced out all around the video parts, in the middle parts, in the start. A couple of it's sort of buzzing all around in my head like one beehive, but I don't know. If we'll go through it, it will just all come back anyways. But I do have a couple of things that I would like to point out at the start. In particular, the thing that stands out the most, one part where I almost completely lost it, that I have to just point out before we get into this, it's going to be real quick, my apologies, is where Destiny argues, he unironically argued this, and I was like, come on, man, you're smarter than this. But he used this argument to bolster his position. By the way, his position is perfectly reasonable and can be defended well, just not with the arguments that he used. But he used this argument, and this is profoundly retarded. He said that if you complain about a perceived injustice on behalf of someone who seems to have been harmed by it, but that person isn't complaining at all or isn't complaining loud enough for his or the public's judgment, you are indeed a bad person for trying to essentially bring attention to the issue. And first of all, I just said, where would you ever use this logic anywhere else in the entire human existence?
Really
who would say, for example, that it's completely fine to, I don't know, raise girls in the Middle East so they have to wear entirely black cloaks and only their eyes are, visible, and even in the strongest of heat waves, etc., whatever, because they are not complaining about ever, or they're not allowed to, so it's fine. Or how could somebody who advocates so strongly for trans rights, women's rights, etc., as Destiny, ever unironically use the argument that if the affected part isn't complaining hard enough, then you are a bad actor for trying to help them? Let's go hypothetical. Let's say it's the house elves from Harry Potter. They aren't complaining. They are fine. Is it okay to literally enslave them and beat them until they die? They aren't complaining about it, So what's the problem?
Well said.
All right. So now that you've said that, do you want to go in from the beginning, or did you want to go in from like when the other guys join?
Whenever you feel like it, that's all that comes to mind right now. But if anything else, if I remember anything else, if I recall, I will chime in immediately.
Okay, so let's.
Also, he's playing Ixion, which I just recently played, and he's not paying attention, and he's playing terribly.
Yeah.
It's a hardcore science fiction.
Well, that seems like a little
he's
bit
building
of
survival something game, but as usual, people don't listen to Destiny for his gameplay.
100%. All right, so
video is literally 100% of their video. Sometimes even 80-90. When I see 80-90, I'm like, you're not even talking. You're not doing anything. You have my video playing and you just sit in the background. So I just remove it. It's super easy. It's seamless. It's a few clicks. It's not complicated. So I give out those strikes. I don't give out strikes. I just give removal requests, and they don't lose their channel. So I think that is something that creators should use if they feel like some people are stealing their content. And you can see all this very easily.
So what do we all think about that? Where you're just doling out, you're doling out the channel content removals based off of like the percentage of
video original content visible. I understand like the main attitude and the reason behind it. I would probably say that we would need to have an in-depth argument out drawing precisely the line, because something like saying transformative content is going to be difficult to be equated into, okay, it's this percentage precisely. So we will need to have an in-depth conversation about that. But I do generally agree that there is clearly a point when you just, I don't know, put yourself in a corner and you don't do anything, for example, or just a blatant example of whenever your quote-unquote reaction doesn't change anything and you essentially just watch the original content without any change. Obviously, Abba is within his right to try to stop that, even though he's a massive YouTuber with almost 2 million subscribers that probably will never ever feel this sting of a little mosquito in terms of financial income. He is within his right to say, you're stealing my stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. That is actually one of the more principled, or I appreciate the more principled arguments rather than just, just focusing on the harm. I get why people do it, but I like focusing on principles, because you can't control for the harm and then have a fair system, right? You need to have a system that makes sense, and then people will adjust within it. So Abba, going after everybody based off of a set of principles, even though he won't feel the effect. I actually really I don't know if admire is the right word, but does anybody else, you know what I mean? I
personally respect it because it's internally consistent with your principles and how you treat people. Like, it's sort of the same thing as I said. Like, if you despise me for what I was born as, if you are straightforward about it and tell me to my face, I'm going to be a lot more okay about it than you rather going around in some dishonest way trying to justify it while not admitting to the actual factor of what it all depends on your judgment. So yes, for me, it's important that he's just consistent about it. Okay, this is where I think it is not okay to do. This is where I think you're essentially just rebooting my content. And then from this is the appropriate reaction.
Mm-hmm. Well said. How about anybody else?
I haven't seen this one. Sorry, guys. So I don't.
No, it's fine. The video is much less important than the concepts in it. So what do you think about like content or intellectual property and people reacting to others? And that's what this is all about. It's all about like react content and trying to...
I mean, there's kind of like a fine line because it depends. Like if you literally turn the video on and walk away, like I don't see how you're transforming it at all. But I don't know. Like I think if it is kind of your reaction to it,
yes,
if it's not like a verbal reaction, it could change something. Like even your like facial expressions to what somebody's saying could be a reaction. The legal case with Sargon and what is it?
Aquila Hughes.
Aquila actually, or something like So like he didn't actually react in the video, but his editing of it was enough to make it transformative.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you're transforming it in some way. I think that's kind of the precedent, but I don't know.
Not only that, but you're also Sargon's transforming of that content was about finding a new audience as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the audience, if you're not sharing an audience, that's important, right? Because the people who would watch Sargon's video wouldn't watch Aquila's video. And vice versa.
It's true.
So,
and it's not like he's trying to misrepresent it as her like video. It's not like he's just posting it like here's my video or whatever. Yeah. He is giving credit to it as well. I don't know. I think the way he did it is different. Obviously like there's that previous JXE situation, and then it looks like there's a new one with XQC that's very similar to Hassan's reaction. I don't know. It feels like that's completely different, but
XQC is really bad. Even compared to Hassan's. Like I did some looking around, and XQC is even less transformative than Hassan. However hard that may be to believe.
Wow.
Like.
Well, I mean, Hassan's gave us memes.
That's actually
transformed it in some way.
The excuse, like the most transformative thing I ever saw happen was was that real? Is that really what happened, chat? That's the extent of the transforming. Also, by the way, I just want to say, I love how we are all having this in-depth conversation about where is the precise line, what does it all matter, audience, etc., etc. The arguments we are going to see in this video will rarely graze that level, unfortunately, even though they will be coming from people that should absolutely know better. That's really disappointing to me when people sort of...
I wish Jab was here, because Jab was actually bringing this up like at least like a month ago. He is kind of conscious of like the reaction community. I wish he could tune it or give his opinion at some point. But really, so none of their questions or anything go that deep at all. They just kind of remain like surface level in this,
and pointing at groups of people as they are all like these, those are all like, and it's incredibly frustrating, especially when people go, this is just all of the reactor, this is exactly like, no, obviously this is not a homogeneous group. People like, there are actually good quote unquote reaction content creators who actually transform the video. Like I followed this YouTuber for a long while. He was like, I think he was a Marine Corps veteran who continuously played out like the the news clips, etc., about the Ukraine war and stuff like that, and actually broke down like, okay, this is the infantry tactic, this is the strategy, this is how you set up an ambush, this is what's happening in this footage, this is what this equipment is, this is what you use it. Absolutely amazing. That is reaction content, and it doesn't necessarily have to do anything with the length either. It's how transformative it is. For an example, legitimately, if I don't know who showed that footage, CNN, whatever, Fox News, they couldn't. I don't think they could morally have the high ground in saying you stole our content when he edited and transformed it so much and explained so many in-depth details that were important that the news just didn't bother to do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like he added to it so much. His area of expertise, a unique perspective that no one else could give.
Yeah, I think education is a good metric. A good okay. So you have satire, and you have education, and I think there's one other
is
one.
Also important. Critique. I saw that in the chat. Critique. Somebody saying it's absolutely essential. Critique, parody, yes.
But I think that parody, satire, such, and then there's also like education. A critique is a third thing, but I think critique also falls in line with education. Like that's the point of it. That's the point of the critique, is to educate the viewer. And even if, and in this way, I think that audience matters much less with critique with education, because even if your aim is to educate the same audience, like that's what you're trying to do. I think
the audience shouldn't define
the importance the importance of the education of the critique is what is so important. Is so what do you call it? It's why the education, why one of the big reasons why fair use exists at all. So, and then leaning into that, something that has been brought to my attention, or re-brought to my attention recently, is the whole you're only using the amount of the video or whatnot, the work, to be the minimum amount to be educational. However, an argument that I just remembered, I don't know if it was the beginning of, it was yesterday, actually watching this, that's right. Watching this, I remembered the argument for watching full videos, and that is because that the full video is the minimum amount, because you are giving education on the whole video. So the full video is the minimum amount. You can't use less because it diminishes the educational value. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Sorry, I kind of thought somebody else would jump in, but
no
I was nodding. Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm still a little lost. Sorry, go ahead, Katie. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you
go
off.
on.
I was just gonna say, because I could have swore that reaction videos would be protected under copyright, because it falls under, I think, like obviously the
fair use.
Yes, and it's like the same as parody. Parody's protected, so there's certain things that are protected. It's actually like, yes, it falls over like more specifically the fair use, but also like the First Amendment, free speech. That's why that's a protected thing, and it's not like a duplicating. In some of these cases, I don't even know if are people making money off of some of this? Is that why? Because
a lot.
Usually,
Yes.
Some people. Some people are just reposting other people's work and then getting money from that.
So what essentially I can, if I can explain this to someone who is less internet, YouTube, streaming savvy, whatever you may want to call it, someone who is not in touch with what's happening on Twitch. Imagine something that like millions of people appear to, like a presidential inauguration speech, for example. And you have a certain channel that can like stream it live on television, etc., that has the rights to it, whatever. And what essentially happens is somebody is just restreaming this whole thing while putting themselves or a mark of themselves in the corner and essentially making money of all of those people who may have potentially watched the original but are now not going to. And while not adding anything, is essentially just ripping the content out in the worst cases, or in, this is a spectrum, it's important to understand it, that there are things in the middle, sort of the extremes, or adding very little, essentially. So what happens is that you do barely any work of your own in the end. Yeah, sorry?
You're saying add very little, though. Like, is that defined anywhere? Like, is there a standard that you'd have to?
It's very vague.
Because, like,
it's
yes, I'm trying to
thing,
sort
like,
of put it into words.
Can be...
Yes. So, for example,
I think someone said it earlier.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
I think someone said earlier about getting up and walking away. I mean, yeah, I would agree. Like, okay, you can't just stream something, get up, walk away, and then you know, because you're not adding anything to it.
Yeah. No.
Yes, because all that's added at this point is a picture of what you were in the corner and maybe your chat scrolling on the screen. Yeah. Yes.
Now, Miss 1776.
Like rebranding.
Right. Have you did you hear about the JXE? It happened like 2-3 years ago with between JXE and Hassan Piker. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and say this. The people I usually watch are like Critical Drinker.
Right.
It's a Gundam. So I don't know some of these bigger people, and I'm old, guys. So
do you know?
Okay, so
do you know? Well, do you know who Hassan Piker is?
No, he doesn't have.
Okay, can I explain this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, he did a reaction like Kitty's doing.
Okay,
now.
so
if there was a video playing,
there is a difference. Hassan Piker, it's also a problem because he has different principles for political reasons. But what actually happened is Hassan Piker is an absolutely massive streamer. He's also a big workers' rights and small, yes, like literally making billions a month. So it's incredibly wealthy person. And he is also big on workers' rights, you know, small business owner, very socialist, etc. What he did was Jay, yes, he's actually the most exploitative capitalist I've ever seen in my entire life, but that's another story. What he did was Jay made a video that is essentially the commentary on a weird abandoned house, that's like a virtual house tour, and talking about how unnatural and weird some of the design choices were when in what exactly happened in his house. And what Hassan did is he had essentially a gap in content in his stream, and what he decided to do is he went on YouTube, cut out the bottom part of the video. Essentially, you couldn't see it was JX's video. You could barely even see a title, full screen it, put himself in the corner, put his chat on the screen, and then as he hit play, he stood up from his chair and left for minutes and just let it play. And when he came back, he added like one sentence, then another minute passed, he added like another sentence, and then slowly the video just came to an end. And as it was coming to an end, as Jay was essentially in the video trying to explain, okay, this is my channel, this is what I do, this is my next project, etc. Before he could quickly do that, Hassan immediately like clicked off, closed the video, and went on to something else. Like zero credit given, nobody could find who this person was, nobody could understand what they do, where they are, how could you find them, what was their content. You didn't do anything, you didn't do the bare minimum, you didn't even link it in the description, in the chat, anything. Zero. For example, a good reaction content streamer that is just as big that I would add is, for example, Asmongold. He's like a gamer dude, is essentially the living parody of like the half homeless looking gamer guy living in the attic. And what he does is he usually talks before the video, explains what it's about. then plays the video whenever he has a thought. He pauses, talks with chat, has a back and forth, argues about things, plays it again, pauses, argues with chat, talks about it. If he goes to the bathroom or takes a delivery, pauses the video, puts up a PRV screen, comes back, and then after the video is over, he talks about it even more, reads the description, links it in chat, and invites the creator of the video on for an interview, for example.
Yeah,
like Asmongold is incredibly good about it. For example, I was just trying to provide the two extremes.
Wait, so to just recap what happened, that was a great explanation. Thank you very much.
Sorry, it took a bit too long.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah, no, it's all right. JXC made a video. Hassan was going to leave, so he put on JXC's video, didn't show who it was from, didn't link to who it was, and went to go do his make his food and then come back and then
eat his food while the video played.
Eat his food while the video is playing. And then once Jay was promoting themselves, he panicked and stopped the video real quick and then moved on to something else.
Yes, wow. It was also like it was a visible emotional reaction of, oh shit, I got to do something.
And so
how come he didn't want him to promote his own video? Wait.
Exactly, right?
Yeah. Was he trying to act like it was his video?
No. Obviously not. He was just trying to minimize the amount of clout that he would lose. Even if it was only the problem is Hassan has lost all of his humanity and only cares about clout at all. He will only ever talk to anyone who is bigger than him, only ever engage in a way that could give him more viewers. And if just slightly, even just 100 viewers for 1 hour, he would lose to someone else, he will work for minutes or end to stop that rather than just give credit or anything. Literally, he is a shell of a human being who at this point is more cares about just viewership at all. Like the soon as his numbers go down, he like loses it and continuously posts of, oh, how could this happen to me? So he's very focused on this one and only.
And his argument his argument in response to people saying you shouldn't have gotten up.
That's another thing that's insane too. Yes.
His argument was, what am I supposed to do? Die?
Die?
Oh, no.
Wow. That's great.
It's not just that, by the way. Later when they pointed out like this is what you could have done, possibly.
Yeah.
His argument was essentially either I agree with you and shout at you, therefore you are banned, or I disagree with you, that's unreasonable, I shout at you, you are banned. Or essentially, whoever said that, they talked bad things about me with somebody I don't like, therefore they are the Nazis, they are the Q stream, they are evil people, etc. Their critique doesn't matter. Or a stupid strawman of react harder, by the way. No matter, personally, I think the hardness of the reaction has very little to do with how transformative the content is.
Okay, this is an adult. This is an adult man.
As much as we may want to deny it.
Yeah. He's as old or older than you, Miss 1776. And so his original excuse for why he got up to go make his food and such is because, and he makes millions of dollars a year on this, right? Mm-hmm. His original excuse is that his mom wasn't there to make his chicken for him.
This person could afford 10 private chefs.
I thought that was a joke.
No. That's the actual excuse. That's the actual excuse. He literally went on a spiel about how my mom isn't here to cook the chicken nuggets for me. And it's like, bro,
he's got a point. You want him to die? His mom's not there to give him his nuggies.
If he makes millions of dollars, why don't you just hire like a chef to make? I don't know.
That's my point. He could afford.
They will never do that as well as his mom does, though.
Oh well,
his mom is
any
the
woman here.
queen.
Oh, I guess he's probably not getting any women.
And so she will. She'll come on stream and hand him his plate of chicken nuggets.
Yes.
Oh my god.
But
oh my god.
Another part of the backstory is this isn't the first time. I believe the Hell's Kitchen thing was before that, and he had always made kind of.
But he wasn't the only.
So he basically didn't react. He just was watching it. No, but he made his argument then, if I remember right, was. What is he supposed to do? He's making like 8 hours of content a day. You can't expect him to come up with original content. So like this isn't even the first time. So it was after that.
This is also one of those arguments. Sorry to interrupt. That you would never use for anything else. Like, would you expect a sex worker to say, "I fuck people 24/7. Why would you expect me to wear a condom?" Like, excuse me, what the fuck, sir?
Yeah.
Like, again, be mindful about these arguments if you would never ever use them in any other circumstance, in any other in any other situation throughout life, because that means they were probably dishonest or were purpose crafted with a narrative or an opinion in mind, which is not really good. And also, so sorry if I talk too much with 7076, because I tried to explain it, but I got carried away a bit, because this topic just makes my eyes roll and my brain, I don't know, just explodes out of this stupidity.
Oh, no
For
worries.
the love of God! So he never got off the nipple. He just traded it for a metaphorical nipple.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, his
he
entire career, he owes his entire career to essentially having an uncle who was already big in news media who have to keep starting, for example.
That is so bad on so many. Okay, so I mean, I can't imagine any woman being like, yeah, I want to go for a guy who needs his mommy to heat up his chicken nuggets. I don't know. That's just like makes me actually.
Well, you gotta keep in mind though, he has a mansion and millions of dollars, so
and buys supercars for fun. And then this same person turns around and says Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are the root of all evil.
Okay, how old is this?
Yeah, they would have to be cool with his mom, but he's like 38 or something.
Oh god, so that means he's like impossible to fix.
He isn't ugly. He isn't ugly. He's a good looking guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. He's kind of a himbo type. Dude.
Yeah,
he's exactly.
Oh, but he's so insufferable. He's such a dude, bro, man.
Okay.
Oh,
he can't even speak properly, and that's me.
Do you know?
I don't know. I found out with a guy who was beautiful as he was stupid, and it was just like I was like at the end of the day, I was like, okay, no, not happening. So I'm gonna tell you guys, yeah, your money and your looks do not go that far when you're stupid or god, that like
you just
type of a mama's boy.
Once
it's not even the stupidity doesn't even matter, because it kind of helps him sell people a black and white world.
Okay, but it's not bad that you love your mother, but if you're like only my mommy can cook this, right? Then okay, we have issues. We have big issues.
I mean, we're just assuming. Like he hasn't literally said that only she can cook his nuggies the right way.
Well, he said he was gonna die without her there to cook them.
What am I supposed to do?
Well, I mean, it was either die or he had to cook his own. Either way, I mean, it was a close call.
God.
But
No, but like it's just such. Also, just it doesn't even matter. Like if you had some others, it's such a stupid argument that you can't help but be like, "You what, mate?" Like you actually you're laughing at him because
you need to seriously torture me before I would unironically fall back on this argument. Like I would endure physical torture first before using something this retarded. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like do some other delusional shit. Don't. Lie,
this is a really lowest point, even for Hassan, who is used to essentially his entire career is based on. She must be the only one who knows how to use
the air fryer.
His entire career is based on trying to make people out to be evil and paint the world in black and white, because it's very comfortable to a lot of people. But this is a very low argument even for him, even though he's used to just saying, "Oh, these people are just the root of all evil. That's how the world is, and these people are just all good because they are the good guys." That's just not how the world is. But even for him.
Do you guys know Lucy? No, just going more about so like Hassan, gross, whatever. If we're talking about fair use and you know the sort of even Asmongold, what made me think of it was actually Asmongold, because I actually watched a lot of the Johnny Depp trial through Asmongold.
And, that was a really good example of good reaction content.
And he was making a shitload of money from that, and so was Nick Rakita. And there was a court case recently with Nick Rakita. I haven't caught up on it, but I don't know if Lucy, if you know what's up with that, because he was in some sort of battle with Law and Crime, because the Law and Crime Network has all these, that's where you get all the court TV basically from. And of course, he relies on these things because he streams it the whole time that they're streaming, he's streaming. And he is transforming it. And everybody is also, because it's a court case, everyone's listening to it as well. It's not that we can pause and, whatever. And he stays live with it. But that is quite borderline, I would say. Like, it's literally right there live. He's taking their stream. So I don't know if anybody knows anything about that. I was hoping Lucy might have some feedback for me on that. I don't think I don't
just know the description that you gave, but I never heard the outcome on it. Although I do believe he still has his streams up, so I'm assuming it kind of went Nick's way. But
no, he did say they gave up. I saw like a clickbaity title that was like law and crime. News is different. Yeah, I suppose it's, and well, then sports is not. I don't know, but I do think that I honestly don't think that EFAP and Sitch and Adam are. They don't just leave that content on. That's very transformative.
No.
It's also different because of the length. Because you can't. There is something to be considered in the argument that, well, if you watch this, do you really consume the original, etc., etc.? You can't reasonably say that when the reaction is 12 hours long and the original is like a couple of minutes. So you could even say that maybe the reaction is subpar and it's not really good and it's not necessarily well done content, but it is not unethical because you did not consume the original material.
I don't recall the full argument that Doomer made on Vincent Martin's stream, but didn't he say something to the effect of it's not about pausing every 6 seconds, it's about
it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah.
Like that reminds me. Mauler made a good argument, not here, but like years ago about this topic in the JXE thing, that actually I disagree with him. He said that for an example, what would you think? It was a hypothetical. What do you think if there was a stream that was just restreaming a movie, for example, Terminator 2, and 10 seconds the stream would just pause and text-to-speech would read out the top comment then. And he would say, I don't know if this was transformative or not. Personally, I think this is not good enough for deciding whether or not the content is transformative or is transformed, because
I think that's a gray area, but I mean, like, if you're going technically, like, it's not the same thing. Like, there's a pause. Like, I would say a video, on regular television with commercials is altered from the original version. I think anything that, like, pauses it technically would be something transformative. I don't know if it's for everybody, but I don't know. So with YouTube or with this, do we know that it's not regular copyright rules? Like, is there actually some sort of law that says you have X amount of seconds?
There's not.
I know people always say that with
people
samples,
usually do that to avoid
music,
the bots.
and that's just a lie. Like, no matter what. So copyright exists in creation. Something's created when it's fixed. Something's fixed when it's put into a tangible medium for more than a transitory duration. So, like, all that's saying is just, like, it doesn't matter what time it is, as long as, like, you can reproduce it, it can be any length. So, I don't know. Like, you can't just say, like, you get 3 seconds of samples or something like that, or 6 seconds to react and then go to it. Like, it just exists. So if you're transforming it in any way, it seems like it would actually, fit under that transformation thing. I think that's why Sargon's was okay. But I don't know. I think we all have a different taste. Like, I would feel super dirty if I just took somebody else's content and then just had, an AI or a chat bot, whatever, read out stuff.
Yeah.
Pause it without changing anything else. But I think it's technically transformed. It's not the original just put up on there. Like, we've all seen channels that do that, like put movies or shows, whatever. That seems dirty, but
what about
those? If you're reacting to it,
What about all of those movie recap channels that have popped up recently, all about just essentially giving you a real quick summary of the movie while the most important scenes are playing? Like, I don't know, a 24-minute summary of Interstellar, and just scenes from the movie, and the guy reading out, this is what happens, then this guy does this, then this guy does it, like essentially as if reading the script for a movie. What do you think about that, for example? Just a question.
If it's just if it's telling the story in a condensed way, I mean, it's not highly transformative, but it in the sense that like you're not adding your own editorial points to it, or you're reducing it. But the but
and Based Life's comment, that could be transformative because it could be art. It's conceptual, you know.
Yes.
I don't know. It's a performance, if you will.
Yeah, the Blaine is right. He's saying also, like he said, the AI thing is the reading, the comment thing. If you just argue something arty, maybe if we're making a statement by doing this.
Yeah.
What if we have?
It could be an artistic.
What if we have the movie play, but every single frame is replaced by an AI regenerated art piece? So it's the exact same movie. But
I think that would be just fine. You know, like I think so that would be transformative. Like if literally every frame was now painted with AI, you know, that's transformative. Some could argue that's what studios are kind of doing now, and they will then start using the AI to do that in the future. I don't know. It seems like that would be transformative by the letter of the law, but again, it feels dirty.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to like.
Well, Price
get into where kind of the morality and law differ here. Yes.
For sure.
So Zerofax, I'm sorry. So it was also the argument that they aren't even creating that content. The people in the courtroom are creating that content. It's coverage. So news is different. It's true. It's just covering it. It's just the coverage, and it goes to several networks.
Again, but yes, and
one network is given the duty to bring their cameras into film it. Yeah. And then the coverage on top of that.
Oh. Yeah, I do remember that now. They were the only ones who was allowed to have that, and then you're supposed to provide that same footage for everyone else. It got really weird, but they were not the only ones. Sorry, they weren't only going after Rakita. They were going after a lot of people. That got kind of weird for a while.
Yeah, that seems quite. This seems quite, dark. He's giving
the point commentary. The point of having the one network, right? The point of having the one network in the courtroom doing the camera work is so that is for two reasons. One, so they can control the information being displayed to the public, because they don't necessarily want everything in the courtroom being visible. Second is a physical limitation of the space, because they can only accommodate
so many
a certain amount of people, so they just pick one person and everyone else can reuse that content. That's the point, is reusing that content. And so other people complaining that the one company being able to display the information is totally not valid in Nick Rekieta's case, because he's not physically there trying to film. He's just reusing their content. So it's like abusing the language of the rule to try and assert something that isn't being advocated for.
Yeah. Is this in the law?
Yeah.
What I'm talking about?
This this is replacement for the original.
I believe it's in the test.
If it isn't, it should be.
Or not. Yeah. No. It is to a certain extent.
Like part of it. It's not the central.
But, also, just a quick thing to put in here is that I love how we all have this super in-depth conversation about where is exactly the line shot, etc., etc. But the people who have like the most influence, the most eyes on them, and talk about this or debate about this with others don't get to this level and just get, I don't know, bogged down in this swamp of disgusting personal attacks or low-level arguments. Or in this specific video between Mauler and Destiny, it was more so just dishonest or just terribly not thought through arguments.
Really?
But in other spaces, yes.
When you say dishonest,
what was the worst?
The worst. I don't recall much, as I said. If I were to rewatch it, it would probably.
There's a line here.
If I were to rewatch it, it would immediately reemerge in my mind. That's why I said if we were to go through it, I would immediately be able to point out to you. But right now I can't recall. But I could say the worst. I think I already said what I could recall. But what I was trying to say is that even this discussion is better than almost all others out there that have this caliber of people coming together to debate this issue, because usually it devolves into just essentially shouting about how the other is the devil and destroying YouTube, etc. So,
the devil.
So do we want to watch any more of the video, or are we ready to move on to Sam Seder?
Oh, right. He's been making the rounds.
Oh, yeah. I don't know anything about that one. I didn't have time to really look at that. I don't know.
I was only there for the first few minutes and it was horrid. But that isn't what you guys are talking about. that was Sitch and Adam. Oh, God, it was horrid. Like, honestly, I don't know if I can take... Like, somebody suggested another Sam Seder debate. I'm like, I can't handle...
What happened?
I can't handle that person.
Okay, let's pull it up. Here, I'll go grab it.
He actually says a whole lot of nothing. And I'm like, a couple streams back, though, Adam was like, when he was introducing someone, he's like, we don't like to have people have soliloquies on our channel. I'm like, dude, this guy, he got on there and he spoke for like 10 minutes at a time. And I'm like, God, and everyone in chat like, get him, Stitch, get him.
I do want to
He's
point out,
not me. He doesn't get to do that.
Hydra pointed out that that on your stream that everybody's like has in-depth conversations, and I just think that actually is like that's how you set. Sorry, word vomit. I think that you just did a great job of like setting up the stream and that kind of like decorum, because I mean I feel like it would be like a bitch I'll slap you if you step out of line here. So Katie, I really gotta like say like kudos to you for doing that, because that's why it doesn't devolve into like madness of, well, they're team blue or they're team red. They're the bad people.
Well, yeah,
probably also depends on personal investment in the issue. Like, for example, I suspect that the way Destiny acts, even though he's so much better than this as usual, and is capable of still managing the opposition, engaging honestly, even in the most absolutely mind-numbingly just retarded positions, he's capable of engaging them without losing his patient intellectual honesty. But in this case, he slipped up because he's personally invested and involved in this, because he engages in this kind of behavior and makes money off of this, and is therefore kind of emotionally invested without necessarily noticing it, and he slips into it, I think. But it is just my personal theory on why he's so much different when compared to all of the other just insane political stuff that he engages in. Is capable of giving so much charity to other opinions that are just completely gone from my perspective.
All right. So right here I have loaded up the part. I skipped the intros and whatnot and stuff. I went to the section on defining whiteness. Now we could also skip over that.
There's the dodge. Or is that another dodge? Because I was there for a dodge.
Yeah, no, there's... Yeah, no. This
if I won't see buckets of cum in the chat, I will be severely disappointed, mind you.
Yeah. Okay.
This context, he is talking about race. When he says immutable characteristic is race, low. And I would say that yes.
Oh, is it low?
Volume a little.
Wait.
And like I say, I think both black and white people share in some function of white supremacy. But I think the
look, is there a fact?
Wait, what? How? We already starting here? Okay.
What?
Did I mishear him, or did he say that black and white people share white supremacy? What did he say?
They do.
Why?
Yeah, it depends on your definition of it.
Yeah, like immediately, I would immediately go, if you were to say this to me, I would immediately go, okay, define all of these terms for me. Like, what is black people, what is white people, what is white supremacy, what does it mean to share it? Like because I'm kind of stumped, yeah.
Well, don't you see, if I hate whipped cream has to exist for me to hate it. Therefore, it's kind of whipped cream's fault that I hate whipped cream, and I'm therefore much better than whipped cream.
But no, isn't it society's? Because society allows whipped cream to be. We haven't taken care of the whipped cream problem, so I don't know. It seems systemic.
There you go.
Boom, done.
Was the primary motivating factor in their attacking.
What do you mean by white?
Okay, we are stepping up the claim, even when that is the primary motive. Like, we are just going upstairs at this point. Stairs of just not defined, not substantiated, very, very strong claims about. I don't even, like, at this point, you need foundation. You're like going upstairs and there is nothing beneath you. You don't have the pillars.
Yeah. No, it gets worse from here.
Jesus!
How?
How are you defining whiteness?
Oh,
in the context of people in 1921.
Yeah, their behavior is being motivated by whiteness.
Well, no, not in the. I think the key thing is to be clear. You don't believe. I'm assuming you don't believe that, not like whiteness. Like, what does whiteness mean? But you don't believe that just because someone is white, that means that they're inherently racist, right?
No, I don't think. Well, I mean, look, I happen to.
Oh God! Here we go.
So he's admitting he's a racist. He's admitting he's a racist right now.
Is it
I love when white people say stupid stuff like this.
No, he is admitting that he thinks that being racist is downstream from your skin color, which is.
Well, then he's a racist. Look at his skin color. He's a racist.
How many times did Sid have to read that quote to him? and then I think, wasn't he supposed to put that quote? This is past the quote part, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh well, no. They go over it. They haven't
again.
They go back. Yeah.
It's so funny to me because it immediately said, well, actually, I would think like that's immediately to me the sign of I can't say this because it would sound bad, but let me try to go around and justify it. And to me,
go back a couple seconds because he starts talking and then goes back.
Okay.
Yeah, because my senses just start thinking that this person is not honest. He's going to justify it roundabout. I'm getting triggered already because of this. Like, it's immediately just, he's doing the thing.
I love the way you were like,
thing.
okay. Like, oh God, that was so funny.
Okay. No, I don't think. Well, I mean, look, I happen to think no, not
there it is.
I mean,
sounds
I'm
like
not sure
me, man.
by necessarily inherently.
It's an immutable characteristic that you're born with, in the same way that you're born with skin color.
Well, you're saying no, that racism is an immutable characteristic,
right.
And I'm not saying that.
Okay,
I know. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to.
Are you not,
I'm not saying that
that
racism is?
He is saying that.
Sorry, what? I mean, yeah, he's saying that's the thing. He's saying it without saying it. They hide themselves up in knots with these kinds of things. Like they reproduce.
It's like the it's whiteness, but it's not about being white.
Right.
That's the same sort of.
Yeah. They what do? They have the okay, so it's not being racist isn't immutable. It's not something you're born with, but it is something that everyone always ends up growing up with, you know? So it might as well be immutable at that point. So they're reproducing the same problem, the same thing, but they mentally escape it by saying, "Oh, it's just something that the system will always imprints on you," and
it's unavoidable.
Yeah, it's one.
And the fact that he links it to
like
birth.
Seriously, I want ironclad scientific proof that this is happening before I will ever concede that point. Second, you're crazy. No.
Me.
All right.
Right.
I mean,
that's what the guy who's responding to this is. That's what he's talking about. He's saying that you can't teach that racism is immutable.
No, read the quote back to me again.
Again.
I would never tell a kid that because of your
I
race,
almost know
No,
it
I
off
know
by
that
heart.
color
part.
of your
But go.
skin.
I almost knew it
wait,
off by
but
heart.
did you?
Sorry, what?
I almost knew it off by heart by the time.
Yeah, I
they
know,
finished,
right?
By the time I left.
Yeah.
Talking
you
about the Oklahoma.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
no, I understand.
Do you understand
what
the
he's
first sentence is saying what I'm saying?
That that the color of your skin dictates whether you are racist or not?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think that's a helpful thing to teach people.
No, but you understand. I understand, but you understand that that's what he's saying in the first
Yeah,
sentence.
you are doing that though.
I believe so. But
Okay.
let's go. I mean, can you pop up the quote on the screen?
I can send
Not
it to Adam.
easily.
I guess.
Yes.
I don't know how to do this.
Can you
Send
put
it-
it in like some type of chat or something?
Yeah, put it in the side chat.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I can just copy and
But
paste it.
I would also say, like, and I'm happy to continue to have this conversation, but the idea that we could be talking about this for 25 minutes and you say that it's misinformation when it's clearly like we have different interpretations
No,
of what this guy said.
The beginning of the clip is crystal clear, though,
Pause.
Sam. It's
I don't-
undeniable what he's
I
saying.
did think that Adam dressed up for this. He put on a nice
Did.
shirt.
Oh, he so did.
He definitely
What is
did.
with that shirt?
I think he's still got
And
the
he-
red shorts on under it though.
and he
but-
took off his thug life
Mean
glasses
glasses.
as well.
Yeah, thug life.
Look,
Yeah.
it's clear we just have a different interpretation of Adam's dress, okay? We clearly differ on the interpretation. I just think he looks ugly as shit. But, you know, if we could argue about this
He
for
wanted
25
to be
minutes,
professional
you know,
for Mr. Bucket.
we could argue about this 25 minutes, and in the end, you know, you could paste that argument in the chat, and I would still think that Adam looks like shit, you know? What is this? What is this kind of behavior? I'm sorry, I'm just fucking losing it over here. Like, what how? How can this person justify this from day to day?
You have a few minutes to rant here. So is there?
No,
any...
a problem is it was on the tip of my tongue, but it escaped me. Just like before.
Because we started talking about Adam.
Yes, but it's not your
I'm
fault,
sorry.
obviously. No, it's not your fault. It's more content. It's better
I'll take
than
the
me just
blame.
ranting.
You'll take the blame. What did you do?
So
He didn't even fucking
what
talk. He
should
doesn't get to
Adam
take the
have worn,
blame.
Hydra? Hydra, you hate Adam's dress here. What should he have worn for Sam Seder?
Well,
What would
obviously,
you have worn?
the fucking standard of the modeling community is right there on his left. Look at that
And is
person.
it
Okay,
Absolutely
so you've
Avatar.
done
amazing
Reservoir Dog
clothing.
style.
So it really,
He should have
they
worn a
put
bucket
effort
on
in. He
his
prettied himself up. He probably spent hours before in Photoshop just to make himself look as perfect as he can. You know.
I think so.
Please read me the quote again,
paid him.
Stitch. Oh my god, chat was
I
hilarious.
know, right?
I was enjoying chat. Like, I know we were being rabid against this guy, but the thing is, I was just like, he's
didn't have.
ridiculous.
He didn't have. You know, he didn't. He kind of. Especially when he was like this. Can you read me the quote again? Oh no! Don't actually read me the quote. I want to talk over you. Okay, don't read me the quote. Actually, don't read the
No,
quote.
you need to
by
put
the
it
way.
in
Just-
graphic.
just the
Can you
first-
make it flash?
It's
Don't read the
absolutely-
entire quote. Just don't
No,
read
yeah.
the quote. Just, it is that is part of it. The part of it that reinforces my argument. Okay, don't read the other part of the quote.
Right, and that is 100% the problem with Sam Seder's content, is that he focuses only on the part that he has a problem with, and then he cuts out all the other stuff, right? So then
Context here.
his
missing,
audience,
yes.
his audience gets like Sam's interpretation of this part of the quote, right? But then without the other part, that if you actually are paying attention, you don't get it makes the other part sound reasonable. It makes the other part actually not racist, not problematic, not any of this stuff. So
Oh, they got
what
into
the
that,
quote-
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like I think Adam got him good at some point where he's just like, no, you can't just choose this part of the quote. You can't. We
I think
are
he's doing
giving
that
you
now, yeah.
evidence. Yeah, they are. Please get it.
You have the
watched
transcript
quite a
from
lot
the
of
beginning of the video.
I've literally been denying your interpretation of what he's saying for 20 minutes, and now you're telling me it's undeniable.
Well, but it's deniable in the portion of the clip that you played, obviously, because that portion of the clip is kind of you can interpret multiple different ways. But in the beginning of the clip, the guy first asked,
this is an excellent example. This is an excellent example of what I think I'm going through. When I think I have an awesome argument, I want to lay it all out for the Swinker stream, and then suddenly it's just it falls out like sand. It flows through my fingers, and it's just it's the same thing. Like Adam here, he could have clapped it immediately, like, this is the argument. You took it out of context. And instead it just, I think you can, maybe, like, it's kind of, the precise argument escaped him. And that is what I felt happened to me multiple times this stream. And that is why I feel like, even though I've got to leave in 1 minute now, so I got to say my goodbyes, I feel like I could have contributed a lot more, but the argument, especially when I try to explain Hassan to Miss 7076, I feel like I fundamentally failed to explain anything because of it just escaped me. I don't know. I got carried away or for some reason.
Now you're being hard on
yourself. You've given us a good amount of Hydra. We need that. Come on. We've only got a minute left.
Weekly dose of Hydra.
You should give us your final thoughts.
Well, my final thoughts is be consistent internally with your logic. Try to be honest with others, not like Sam Seder, be consistent. It's just try to be don't be an asshole, guys, please. Okay, do your best.
It's so hard, though.
Stay in school, don't be an asshole.
If you must be an asshole in a straightforward ways, like, I don't know, you don't need to go around and try kind of be this slimy, spineless person. You can just be an asshole and straightforward, like slap someone in the face randomly for no reason. That's a better way to be an asshole than to go around and kind of orchestrate this world you were actually, I'm completely justified in saying all of these insane things about you, how you're all evil and doing these bad things. But when you confront me about it, I can just fall away into nothingness. Well, there's actually nothing to see here. I'm completely reasonable. Guys, I don't know what your problem is. It's not like I spent hours daily constantly attributing society's all of problems to your immutable characteristics, guys. It's not kind of like what I do. That's not what I get paid for. Why would you even think that? You're fucking
Hi, Ford Patrol.
Anyways, that's what I have to
A Base Life has a great comment for you, Hydra.
Okay.
You need to stop being so hard on yourself.
Just
be hard. Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Bop it. Twist it. Be nice to yourself.
Thanks for coming on.
See you guys next time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was great to see you again.
Bye.
Great to hear your voice. Always.
Always, right?
Yes.
And then there were 5.
5
normal voices. Actually, no. Gray's got a nice voice. Sorry, everybody else you guys have nice voices, but Gray's is like
buttery smooth.
Yeah. I wanted to say that earlier, but I didn't want to come off like a creep. But Gray, you do have a really nice voice.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we wanted to hear you say thank you.
Well, thank you.
Like, we're both like, hello.
I appreciate that.
Like, talk more.
I know, you're supposed to say stuff, Gray. Gray needs to be a
He's being selfish. He doesn't
It's great
want
to be here.
now.
It sucked taking a week off, but you guys held us down.
Man.
That was awesome. I wish I was in that last conversation. It was great. I'm so jealous of Cat Drew or Fox Drew. I was in the Pacific Northwest. I wasn't exactly where he is, but God, I'm so jealous. I live in one of the flyover states, and it is nothing like the Northwest. Just the air is great. Everything's green.
Oh yeah.
It was awesome. I gotta take my dog to the ocean. He's never actually seen the ocean before, so that was awesome. Yeah, he was super afraid of the waves, and then kind of conquered it. So that was really awesome. So yeah, I had the exact experience I wanted to have. This was a great week. But I missed the show, unfortunately. I was literally in a car, so I kind of got signal sometimes and tried to chat in. But I missed that conversation. I wish I was able to be a part of that because I got some opinions. But yes, we're not talking about that.
Well, yeah, we can get to that. We haven't finished. There's so much of the Sam Seder stuff, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah,
definitely don't want to.
I do want to. I haven't seen Barbie yet, but the more people talk about it, I just need to go and see it for myself because it looks like
do you want to
go either way.
Do you want to watch it this weekend?
I need to see it. Well, yeah, we can do a watch party. Yeah.
Yeah, we can do a watch party.
Finally, more watch parties.
Can I invite myself? I want to invite myself to that.
Invite yourself, everybody. You're part of this now. Sorry.
Yeah.
You don't have to. Invite myself to this. Don't act like you're not part of us now. That you're new.
Was it part of the ship, part of the crew?
Yeah, you're an old hat now, like Dorcas. An old hat, old cat. Oh, Dorcas, you're on 34%. It was 28 earlier.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Now it's at 35%. I'm installing Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Kings rise up.
I've decided my first character will be a Sorlock. Sorcerer, Warlock, multi-class. It's going to be fun.
Okay.
That does sound fun.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna miss D&D on Monday.
No, there's no.
I was really getting into it.
No, you're not.
No, it's not happening on Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, week off. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
She means she's going to emotionally miss it.
Got it.
Yes.
Emotionally miss it. I thought you meant you had plans and then you weren't going to be able to attend. But it's okay. Got it.
No.
Yeah. No.
The system is flawed. Oh God, I lost an earbud.
So
that's the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah. The video. Do we want to go back to it? Yeah.
Yeah. What? I don't have much
buckets.
commentary other than what the fuck, dude. So yeah.
Well,
it's very transformative. I'm transforming this. I feel very naked without my wedding ring. I'm gonna go and get it, but I can hear you.
All right.
It's the question. He says specifically that you can teach the Tulsa race riot. You can teach about slavery. You can teach about slavery being the worst thing ever.
Okay. But to say it was inherent in that because of their skin is where I say that is critical race theory. You're saying that race defines a person. I reject it. So I would say, okay.
Okay. So if I was to just jump in here and give my interpretation. So what the quote is getting at, and we'll hear the full thing in a minute, but the rate what he's advocating for is that you can teach the ugly parts of American history in full, but don't go to the point where you're saying that, or your analysis can't say that. Okay, here, let me give the example. The Tulsa race riots. They white racists targeted black business owners to just try and destroy their wealth. And they did so because they're racist. They targeted people who were doing financially well, based off of the color of their skin. And you can teach that. You can teach any affiliations they had, right, or a trend going on at the time. But what you can't say is that the reason why they did it was because they're white. You can't go and say that they were racist because of the color of their skin. No, these people happen to be
but you'd have
racist.
a workaround about that,
right?
You could just say that they did this crime because they're racist, and then you could say they are racist, or they are racist due to the color of their skin, or their whiteness is what causes the racism.
Right.
So, it's a roundabout way of saying it instead of saying it directly. You're right.
No, I mean, but the thing is that, they want to say that the color of their skin was a factor in them becoming racist, which isn't actually true.
Well, the culture is the other thing.
Right.
You couldn't control that or the culture.
Sure,
to.
exactly.
And remember, the system is.
But yeah, so the point, but what Sam is
who's whistling, or like someone's got a noise. Who is it?
I didn't hear it. I think it's on your end. Okay.
It did kind of sound like someone was doing like Morse code or something.
Oh, really? You heard something like I did not. Maybe it's from me, like from my internet.
There it is again.
It's going again.
No. It's my metal chair.
Is it?
Oh, okay.
I'll get
you jab.
You jab.
Yeah, we've got
jabbing.
jab here and
I'm jabbing. All right. 1 second.
He's lubing
Somebody else
it.
take over.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think he's just saying like it's not directly the color of the skin that is why he's calling people racist. But you're right. Like if you look at the reductions, that is what's going on. I just think like it's kind of a semantics argument at this point, which sucks. It always kind of boils down to that and definitions. But yeah. I don't know. Does Sam bring up more of an argument than just that's not what I'm saying? Does he actually try to correct him to what he is saying? Or does it just become like a dodge game?
Dodge. That's what I remember. But I wasn't there the whole time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I didn't see the last part of this.
Is he drunk? I love Sitchin Adam's chat. Oh my god. Also, when we do get to the Doomer things, Sitchin Adam chat was also hilarious then. OMG, the show is amazing. I love you guys.
Now, which part did we play?
That's the part you played.
This.
Do you have the beginning context?
I have the part that.
Gosh, this is so hilarious. It's so funny.
Yeah, that was funny because for me it was just like they're literally playing the part that you played. They're talking about the part that you played. They're not cherry picking. It's the same.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not only that, but like, what is it? Oh, when later on, when Sitch is talking about a video he made, he ends up saying that like, or he's going over this video that Sam made, and Sam is all like, "Oh, you're picking some video I made a year ago, or maybe even longer," and then he's like, "No, this was 2 weeks ago." And he's like, "Wait, what? This was 2 weeks ago."
Yes, I actually think I was there for that as well. Jeez. I was awake.
Yeah, bring that up.
Okay.
That's the part that's undeniable.
Okay, well let me. But there's no. You can't accuse me of using one part of what he says and generalizing on that, and then saying that because he said something that mitigates that, then that is the one that is holding.
Well, but
yeah, no, this is crazy.
It's not mutually exclusive, love.
Yeah, if you're trying to say one thing, right, and you misunderstand one part of it, right, then that's your fault. Okay, now here's the thing.
They're not saying either or.
Right. There is a one.
They're saying both.
You can, right? Like if you like lay out, right? If you lay out an argument about how much you like you as a man likes kissing men, right? And at the end of it, you say no homo, right? Then, yeah, I would
it's
agree.
all good.
Yeah,
You're good.
no, yeah. Well, I agree. Yes, that one mitigating line does not somehow invalidate your analysis of all that going on. Sure, I completely understand.
I think it does. I think it's a loophole.
That's the whole point of no.
Technically, it gets you off.
Right. So, I mean, in that case, yeah, in that sort of situation, I can completely agree with Sam Seder. However, with what do you call it? With Adam's point, though, it's like he's saying one thing, and you're cherry picking one section and misunderstanding it.
That's what Sitch is saying.
Yeah, that's
we're giving you extra information that shows you that your interpretation is wrong. It comes up now. If you play it now,
yeah.
It is, he does say, yeah.
as a
I'm suggesting the whole question of whether this guy is fudging around the genuine implications of that Oklahoma attack.
Look, if
on
he's
Blackwell.
If he's fudging
we've
around,
got a
Sam,
That Doin
that's
Kitty cameo
totally...
in the chat.
Yeah, she's been there a couple times.
Oh, I think it was Become the Night was hilarious. What did he do? He did so like I had to actually go. Hey, now this is me on my phone, okay, to act someone.
Oh yeah, you gotta type the whole thing out.
He did something really funny in chat. And somebody just mentioned him as well. Twitter sucks. They did it as well. I don't know what he did. He said something. I don't know what he did. It was hilarious though. I had to tell them.
Call him out for it. But if there are two clips, if there's a clip that you can interpret the way that you interpret it, and then there's another clip where it's crystal clear that your interpretation is incorrect, as a journalist, don't you owe it to your audience to basically correct the record?
There's zero facts as well.
I mean,
he owes his audience nothing.
No, see, here's the thing that I disagree with, and it's the thing that actually people get upset about. Yeah, they get upset with Sam. They get upset with Sitch and Adam. They say that, oh, because you're saying that it's a comedy show, it doesn't actually count. That your journalism is non-serious. You can't take.
Oh yes, that was another thing.
I'm not a journalist, right?
Not a journalist, therefore.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, not a journalist. Therefore, I don't have to have journalistic integrity, and I completely disagree with that. If you are acting as a journalist, then your journalism has to be accurate.
We can still criticize you, even if you think that you don't need to have integrity. We want integrity.
Yes. But is opinion journalism? Like, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but like, I don't know if I'd call what they do necessarily journalism. Like, they do talk about stories, but like, I wouldn't trust any of their reporting on any of the facts from any story that I've seen. It has come back.
I suppose it's like Daily Wire isn't journalism either. Like, but you do still want some sort of integrity from. I think any human wants that. When there's a discussion to be had or an opinion, don't you want an opinion? Like Hydra said, he's like he can respect at least a consistent opinion from someone. If they're consistently hateful the whole time, it's great. But he'll lose his shit if you're not logically consistent.
Lying or misleading about the thing you're making jokes about is not a prerequisite for being funny. You can tell the whole truth and be funny at the same time, so to speak.
You'd hope so. A lot of the times, like, the joke is about a mislead. So I could see, the actual joke being not truthful, and that would be the comedy part of it. But yeah, you shouldn't be misrepresenting the truth to get to a joke.
But the mislead is usually illuminated by the punch line. Or at the end. I think.
Fair enough.
I would hope.
But I don't know. Even then, like, so I don't know. I know I've heard Sam Seder do jokes or what he'd consider jokes on his show. I don't know. Would you think that he would consider himself like a journalist, or is he just an internet personality at this point? I understand like having ethics for journalists, but would he even consider himself that?
No, he wouldn't. That's what he's saying here. I think that while he doesn't say it directly, I think he kind of classifies himself as a commentator / pundit, and therefore shouldn't be held to journalistic standards, which I think is a huge cop out.
Yeah, but then at the same time, like, I don't know, to be on YouTube, should we all have like strict contracts that we need to be like stick to? And if we report anything
I think
erroneous or get the story wrong, I don't know. Like,
no, but
I do understand, because it's like we're essentially doing the same thing at a much smaller scale. I don't know. Should we hold ourselves to a standard? Of course, but I don't know. What happens if we don't?
Oh, it's not as serious. I think you're right. Yeah. I think it's more about like, do you want your reputation to be that way. We are in a kind of, or when you're interacting with other content creators as well, you got to respond to, you should be a bit more aware about your the critiques maybe that people have of your opinion, especially in a political thing, because it's like, well, political opinions, we're always like, here's our facts, look at our facts. You know, we all want to be right.
Well, okay, so let's take my my video on organized chaos as an example. I worked hard to not take him out of context. There were so many clips that I left.
Yes.
One of my favorite things about this group.
Right. And I could have, and they did sort of fit what I wanted to say, but I worried that like my interpretation either wasn't correct or it would lead people to have a more extreme view of Bob than I felt was reasonable. So I didn't include them. Even though they fit my narrative.
Yeah, and that's honorable of you. And, you know, that's definitely why you have the following that you do, and you're viewed a certain way, where I don't think anyone is viewing Sam Seder in that same way. I don't think people view him as having like that honorable thing where he's not going to look for something out of context. That's kind of what is expected if you are familiar with his content, at least. I don't know. It's just weird. Like, I agree that he should hold himself to a higher standard, but should that be something of the platforms, or should that just be your own personal standard?
The second one.
Well, it's definitely. I would definitely say personal, but then you open yourself up to criticism, right? And that's what Adam is doing here. Is that he's criticizing the standard. You don't get to run away just because it's personal, right?
You shouldn't, but I don't know. It kind of seems like it's one of the reasons why a lot of people won't take Sam Seder seriously. He's been going after a lot of people to, definitely having trouble with that. But like I think there's a reason why most of the big people will not debate him. You know, I'm kind of surprised that Sitch and Adam did, but kind of glad they did. But yeah, I need to definitely check out the last part of it. I think I stopped right around here. So,
all right.
Yeah, it did not seem to be going the way that I was hoping it would.
Someone asked me last night if I consider myself a journalist, and I don't really. I think there are sometimes I do journalism when I interview people, but in the main, no, I'm not. I do a podcast and a YouTube.
Well,
but anyways, that's not the point.
We get accused.
Okay, which of these three clips here that you posted here was the ones that we talked about?
No, I just said he's rude. He's just like talking.
Yeah.
I know I talk over
So
people all the time. But they're my friends.
First thing that I
talk over my friends.
Totally.
Was the thing that you played.
Okay. So thank you. I'm sorry to address that part. I would never tell a kid that because of your race, because of the color of your skin or your gender or anything like that, that you're less of a person or inherently racist. That's very good of him. That doesn't mean you don't judge the actions of individuals. Now, to look at the Oklahoma race riot as an action of individuals is to fundamentally miss the key dynamic that's going on there. This was not just random individuals. They were organizing around a principle.
But nobody's
we're not going to allow Black people to accrue wealth and political power. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And they are saying, and let's be clear, they are saying Black people as distinct from them as white people.
Okay, and so this is where, I mean, it's evident that Sam doesn't understand what is being communicated. The clip is not talking about
how politely you've said that. Sorry, I'm a bit giggly.
So Sam doesn't understand because it's clear he thinks that they're trying to obscure the racist intentions of the people involved, and they're trying to obscure how organized or what the fact that it was like they had copycats or whatnot. It was actually not That's not the point of the bill. That's not the point that this guy is trying to make. He's saying that you can teach those things. You just can't teach that racism is inherent to a skin color. And that's what that is what Sam just doesn't understand.
Yeah, well, it kind of, again, depends on your definition of whiteness, because it is kind of the mop and bucket thing. You can keep going back and forth. You don't have to be talking about someone's skin color. You can just be talking about notions and societal norms. It doesn't necessarily have to be that, so you can keep retreating back to that. It's not about race. It's just about society. It's just systems. I don't know. I don't think it's honest, but it's part of that actual ideology. I don't think he's intentionally like trying to hide this from him. He might actually not see it as whiteness is a race thing, but due to whiteness, you are inherently racist. It's hard to say, because a lot of the actual ideology comes off like somebody being bad faith. So I'm not sure which it is, but he might honestly just not be making the connection that they're actually saying.
Either or, if the external result of them being like teachers in a class setting are teaching this ideology, even if they don't think or conceive of racism or whiteness as we do, or we here seem to, if the students' takeaway by and large is that they should feel guilty because they are white, does it really matter if the teachers don't think that that's what they're doing?
Like, what is the actual?
It shouldn't.
Thing? Yeah.
Like, if I think I'm helping someone by punching them in the stomach, they're still going to be punched in the stomach, and that's probably not going to be good for them. So someone might want to consider stopping me, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know, if you buy into whiteness, like depending on who you're actually getting that term from, like if you're going like the D'Angelo one, it would refer to specific dimensions of racism that elevate white people over people of color, basic rights, resources, and experiences that are assumed to be shared by all, but are only available to whites. I don't know. It really is more of that system thing. So it's just saying, like, because of all the privileges that you had is why you're racist, not because of your skin color. But what is the difference?
Yeah.
Like, you can't control either of those. It does seem like it's the same thing. It's just, again, it's a semantics argument, essentially. But he would be arguing that they're not teaching that, even if they are teaching the same thing. And I bet this would be dragged on even further. You do seem to have that out with the definition game that they keep playing.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Like I said, he says in the very beginning that you can teach the darker parts of American history, that America has these racist
But
roots.
then he is literally, his whole argument is that doesn't mean you don't judge the actions of individuals.
Oh my gosh. That is a double negative. The point is that you do judge the actions of individuals. It's just that you don't put that you don't equate the people to group affiliations that are not in evidence. Okay, you can even I'm 90% sure that the argument also includes that you can talk about trends, right? Like if you have a serial killer and then you have copycats of a serial killer, and you're talking about the deaths caused by that serial killer, you could talk about the copycats. So that kind of phenomenon, you could definitely talk about that. The point is that you can't talk about, like, in this instance, you can't talk about the serial killer as a and the copycats. You can't link them by some, like, if they all happen to be of Asian descent, right? You couldn't say that it's because they're Asian that they are that way. That's the point.
Well, but that's the second half of that definition of whiteness. Like, although many whites feel that being white has no meaning, the feeling is unique to white people and is a key to part of what it means to be white.
Yeah.
To see one's race as having no meaning is a privilege only whites are afforded. To claim to be just human, thus outside of race, is one of the most powerful and pervasive manifestations of whiteness.
It's insane, though.
Yeah, it just...
yes,
we didn't. But they're saying like it's not your skin color; it's everything else that you can't control, but it only affects you, the person with that skin color. It's very strange.
Inescapable.
Yes, it is inescapable, and the fact that you're not seeing that right now is your privilege, apparently.
It's odd. It's the reverse Uno.
Yeah.
It's aha, well, it's
Yes.
because you're privileged. You can't. Not much of a discussion after that.
Yeah, it's and the thing is that not all white people have embraced colorblindness. There are very much people who have not, right? But a society that has embraced it I think that, I believe that a lot of people of regardless of skin color in America have embraced colorblindness, or at least classically, if we go back 5-10 years ago, right, and we can say more certainly that this is the case. And so and then people of varying levels of any individual ethnicity or skin color have people who focus on their race primarily as a extension of who they are, right? That definitely is a thing. And then even within the colorblindness, there are people who recognize that their skin color has an impact. And so this, but colorblindness was a ethical ideal.
I'm really sorry to interrupt, guys. I'm going to have to go. So sorry to interrupt and leave.
No, go ahead.
Take care and have a fun stream. Bye, guys. Thanks for having me on again.
Bye.
Awesome to see you again.
See you at the watch party. Yeah.
All right.
Fun fact: Gray is a very light-skinned black man. Thanks, Mysterious.
Very light-skinned.
Aren't all white people very light-skinned?
All right.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, though, Andrew, with the colorblindness thing. The thing is they just keep switching the colorblindness with racism blindness.
Yeah.
And they keep conflating. Again, it's kind of the mop and
I feel like it's, if it was taken up, that's a thing of the past. Like, there might be people that still want it now and maybe idealize it and think that it's I still think it's better than actual race, but it's because there's such a narrative of you can't be colorblind, you're being racist blind. It's impossible to be colorblind these days. I think I don't know. I'm not American, but from what I see, it seems like colorblindness is just for the based people. That's it. The people that are trying to criticize people by the content of their character, like criticize even, I'm saying. So I don't know. It would be nice if we could get that back, but I don't see it.
Yeah.
Northwest, we have the most multicultural gangs, and all this racism sounds like it belongs 100 years ago. You got multicultural gangs.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
Hi, Benjamin.
Yeah, right there. Yeah. It's so exactly. That's kind of how I'm like. People talk about like people in the South and people on the East Coast. They talk about race in a way that doesn't make any sense to people in the Northwest.
Okay. What? Okay.
I guess I'm technically in the South, or at least I used to be. What makes it different? Out of curiosity.
That's what I was about to ask.
Because your friends, your coworkers are all multiracial. Like everyone is And so we're all interacting all the time with different people of different skin colors and different ethnicities. I mean, you know, black friends that are both, you know, African American, been here for generations, and black friends that are first generation. I know this one guy from work. I would consider him a friend. I think he considers me a friend, but you know, sometimes that's, you don't know. Anyways, and so but yeah, he's from Africa, and he's like, you know, so like, there's that. There's what do you call it? Just, you know, I have a hard time. Like, I mean, when I was a kid, I had a job. I was the only white guy there, right? And so, I mean, and
it's just
so,
a
like,
non-issue,
and it's a non-issue, exactly. And you're just you interact with different cultures all the time. You interact with people with different skin colors, different ethnicities, different classes, different. I mean, it's so all this like whiteness talk doesn't make sense to me, like almost at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, granted, I'm not from like the South. It's kind of middle of the country, but yeah, I don't know. I also had similar experience. Just ethnicities were probably different. There were definitely a few black people where I live, but we have a ton of different ethnicities and everything. And you're right, it was never an issue. And anytime I got to the sports teams, yeah, I was one of the only white guys. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know that that's necessarily unique to just like the Northwest. I mean, like it's kind of just the experience now, and it seems like that's kind of a global experience. That was also what I experienced in Canada. I think just one of the problems with critical race theory is it is a lens, and you see everything that one way. It is, you know, a lens can distort things as well and definitely magnify them. Yeah, I'm just kind of seeing that as they really want to focus on differences and focus on issues of that. And I just don't think that's the average person's experience. So I don't know. That's one of the reasons why I don't see it as effective. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure that that's necessarily a difference with the South.
Well, I don't know.
I don't come from the South, then yeah, it could be way more of a problem than I've experienced.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this exactly. It's just that I just noticed that a lot of these arguments come from people who live in very different parts of the country. So I wonder if it's a geographical issue. That's all I'm saying. I don't know that
for sure.
Yeah, I don't know that that's the case. It's my hypothesis based off of my experience.
Fair enough. And you know, I gotta say, I love it in the Northwest, and it does seem a little bit different. Yeah, so I don't know. It could definitely be slightly. I mean, definitely it's considered more progressive. So it could be, and things are definitely different regionally. And I haven't lived in the South.
No,
so,
I've been.
I could be wrong. I'm just thinking it's more universal.
Yeah, I've been to some of those flyover states, and they freak me out. It's so flat. You know.
Mine's a little not as flat. Not to give more judgment as to where it is. Mine's a little bit more deserty.
Okay.
But yeah,
no,
good times.
It's just like seeing the horizon just stretch on forever. It's almost like a sense of vertigo, because like to me, the hills, valleys. I mean, okay, so like I don't know about anybody else, but like a 200-foot elevation, we call that like a hill. You know?
Yeah.
Like a 200-foot difference in elevation. That's like
one of the
nothing.
Weirdest places I've ever seen was Iowa. It was just so strange. Yeah, I kind of had that. Yeah, flat is strange. If you haven't experienced it and then you see it the first time, it's like, what is going on?
Shut up.
Yeah,
flat things are
I
okay.
couldn't imagine actually living there. Flat's all right. It's all right. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just different.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's get back
into it.
Back into it.
rules. And the point is,
this is where I think the misconfusion is coming from. So the guy asked the question twice. He asked, "How can you teach about the Tulsa Race Massacre without running afoul of the CRT bill?" That's the context. In the first answer, he says you can teach all about the Tulsa Race Massacre, the good, bad, and the ugly, blah 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 blah. And the guy asked again. He says, "Follow up. How does this not run afoul of the CRT bill?" And that's why he says, "Oh, I'm sorry I didn't address that." And so when he says, "I would never tell a kid because of the color of his skin that you're inherently racist," he's saying that is the part that runs afoul of the CRT bill, is teaching that concept. And he's saying that you can teach the Tulsa Race Massacre without teaching that specific concept, and that's why it doesn't run afoul of the CRT bill. That's the context of this interaction.
Since you can't just read the first part of what he said?
Which is, what's that?
What's it?
No, what were you going to say?
Yeah, so it's a bit of confusion there in Sam's reading.
Is that who was saying that? Just sorry, you guys can't see on Rumble, but on Rumble, Apple Eater with Rome says everyone hates white people. Are we going to talk about that? It's a non-issue. We're not supposed to care.
Yeah.
Lol, my ass and Kitty's cans fly over states. I'm gonna say that to Gordon, like I got fly over titties. Anyway, sorry. Continue. Go. Right. Can you wait? Can you go back a sec? I want to hear him reading and not understanding.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hey, group mind. It's been a while.
Yeah, miss you, guy.
Teaching that specific concept, and that's why it doesn't run afoul of the CRT bill. That's the context of this interaction.
Since you can't just read the first part of what he said,
which is stop.
And I'm so full of shit.
I'm reading. I'm reading the thing that you said.
Okay, I can read it.
Yeah, read it, Sitch.
The first thing. So someone.
No, the second thing.
Yeah, I know. When the person
don't read the
asked
second
him
thing
originally about this, he
Adam's
says
so full
he wrote
of
at the
shit.
very beginning, all Oklahoma standards have to be taught. This is not an end around to say we're not going to teach the Tulsa Race Massacre. That is absolutely not the intention. It was verbatim in the bill to say all these standards have to be taught. I believe our kids have to know all of our history, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I believe this is absolutely the greatest country in the history of the world. I don't think there's any doubt about it. That doesn't mean there weren't mistakes made. That doesn't mean that we didn't live up to our principles. The only way our kids have to learn from our history and make this country continue to be the best country is to understand those times we fell short. A very clear, very direct understanding of those events. I will always support that our kids should know about the Tulsa Race Massacre. They absolutely should. There are standards around it. I'm continuing to work to develop even more robust curriculum around these events. I don't want to hide any part of our history. It all needs to be right there, very plain, very direct, so that we can learn from it. So I do think it's very important.
Thank you, Sitch. He read it.
Yeah, no, that's like crazy clear. It's like I'm.
Wait. Can you put it in a graphic on the screen right now?
Yeah, we need to make sure.
Right. No, that just needs to be like.
My favorite thing was only read the Sitch. Why can't you just read the first part? Just read the first part, Sitch.
Just stop there.
Just that's it. Don't read more. And he's so full. Look at his face. He's such a little shit. My God. He's enjoying. He knows, and he also has an eye on chat, so you can see how everybody's having a good time. So it kind of eggs him on.
Oh wait. What was it? You only have to read the things he wants you to read. Okay.
Yeah.
That's be helpful for his case.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, don't read it. Yeah, that's what I said there. Now he has to read it for himself because 4 times isn't enough for him. It's true. He still wanted to read it himself. Adam getting heated. No, Adam's having fun. Look at him. He's having such a good time. Sam is trying trying so hard to something the quotes the next person, Matt Davis. What are you saying there? Oh, Daisy wants my attention. It's so cute. Why did everybody disappear? Hello? Hi, Daisy.
It's just you. We're not here.
Oh, it suits.
Just pick her up. Have her on screen like Ragamuffin.
She doesn't like. She won't like being held. She's like, she wants all the attention, but she doesn't like being held.
Well, that's like Ragamuffin. Ragamuffin doesn't like being held, that's for sure.
Come here, baby.
Let's stop Adam.
Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Meow. Hey, Daisy. Do? I think she is not happy. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Nope, goes back into a drawer. There we go. She's very upset. She's twitching at me and everything. Oh my God, Daisy! Seriously, you're so dramatic. That's why. Benjamin, when he's got like a compressed air for his cat. If I did that to Daisy, holy shit, she would never ever speak to me again. I bet Adam and Sam could be good friends in person. Yeah, if they would just give each other shit in person. I think a lot of that. Everyone is still losing it over flyover titties.
It's pretty great. It's definitely a meme.
Yeah. I'm 40 minutes behind, but this, you say it's undeniable, but here I am denying it, is the dumbest thing I've heard this week, says Stug.
Totally Stug, yeah.
Is that not crystal clear?
I mean, when he says it, to me, it's very clear that he's not trying to hide any aspect of the Tulsa Race Massacre.
Well, it's not a question of hiding a specific actions that take place in the.
No, okay. So oh gosh, I just wanted to yell at this at Sam at this point. I think I even was pausing and having the 2 times speed to get up current because I was so upset at Sam. He's not saying that you can't teach the observable truth. You just can't teach your own crazy theories about how white people are racist because of their skin color.
Yeah, this is not evidence.
Not because of their skin color, just because of everything else about them.
Right. It's you can't teach that, and that's another thing. It's been said before, right? But the concept of whiteness, right? If it wanted to be taken seriously, so this is my theory that it is just wanting to be racist. If it wanted to be taken seriously, it would be abstracted out, and you adopt a term that isn't so polarizing, that describes the similar or the same thing, right? But because they use the term whiteness and they're fixated on it, to me, that they are super comfortable / they want to equate white people with all of these problems. They want that kind of misunderstanding.
I like this thing as well. That's it. It's just
the mop and bucket.
It has to be. This is what we're teaching you this, and this is evidence for what is happening now and what white people now are horrible and instead of this is what happened, and maybe not repeat it. Yeah. Okay.
The Tulsa Race Massacre. The idea is also putting it into a broader context. When you if the Tulsa Race Massacre was just about a couple of individuals, then you have no notion that it was actually about a systemic sort of move to deny an entire section of town of black.
See, what is it? He's focusing solely on the actions of individuals part. He's taking that out of context. It's actually really infuriating. For all the reasons I've mentioned before, I'm not going to go back.
Black people, power and money. And then if you don't know that the Tulsa Race Massacre was a function of many, many such massacres, where you had politicians assassinated in South Carolina, where you had a black political class driven out, where all of the gains that have been made in Reconstruction in terms of black political power and black wealth, if you just isolate it and do not put it into the greater context, you don't understand what's really actually going on.
But he doesn't deny that you can't put it into that context.
I could go, but he is.
Sam, I just want to get your.
He's not though. He's He's not. If you weren't so triggered, it's
Who's here? Oh,
Jab.
Hello.
Jab.
Hey,
what's up, guys?
Hey.
I got a little bit of time, so thought I might pop in.
Where's your chair?
Right here.
It's there. It's there.
There we go.
You're supposed to lube your chair, sir.
Ignore that. All right. What are we talking about?
We're talking about Sam Seder and his inability to be able to read sentences and comprehend them.
Oh yeah, I was just listening to his debate with Sean. It's not going super well so far.
Okay, so do we want to actually jump over to that, or do we want to go on to the Barbie thing after this?
We do. I do want to go on to Barbie.
Yeah.
See, so Paffy, just tip 420 saying, I'm missing today's think, but my dream analysis does go live tonight for everyone who just can't get enough. See, Paffy. P.S. There's nothing bad about flatlands. My heart lies atop the White Mountains.
Hey, what's up, CP? I love CP. It's amazing. I mean, he's amazing.
I listened to the
Can we we'll play the preview? Yeah, we'll play.
Yeah, we can play the preview.
Yeah. Later on, maybe as we're closing out.
I could be wrong, but isn't it CPAFI face reveal?
It is.
Yeah.
So if you haven't seen
I already saw his face. He
now you can put a face to that urge.
It's in the thumbnail
that you may or may
CPAP,
not
your
have.
face is
No,
in the
but you
thumbnail.
can't see it properly. You can't see what he looks like when he's doing his Jordan Peterson voice as well. What does he look like when he does
Shaggy
that?
voice, you mean?
Shaggy. Yeah, that. Reacting to me. Blaine says we must react to him as well. So we are doing the reaction.
All right.
We're doing all sorts of react.
We can check
you guys
out,
were checking out Destiny and Mauler earlier,
Is
right?
it a kitty candle?
Yes.
Send it in random pics on Discord.
There you go. I'll pull it up, and that way we won't have you roboting.
Me, yes.
Okay.
But yeah, Jab, unfortunately you missed the reviewing whatever you want to call that, the debate on reviewing content. Yeah. I know you had a whole bunch of thoughts on that previously. In fact, you were kind of working on a thing on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was working on something.
Thoughts on the Mauler Destiny thing?
Destiny made some baffling arguments, to say the least.
That seems to be the consensus.
I'm glad Mauler brought like a kind of reasonability to it. Like Destiny started that live stream very, very heated, and then by the end of it, he was kind of like on Mauler's side. So, yeah, it's a good little chat. I thought it was a productive conversation. But Destiny, his takes on Twitter beforehand were holy garbage. So.
Well, fair enough. I thought maybe you'd have a little something to say about that. I'm glad you got to join us. I felt a little bad that we were having this think that part without you.
It's okay.
You've definitely been thinking about this subject for a while.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was planning on just doing some stuff related to like the original Reactgate before the Destiny and Mauler thing even happened.
Yeah, I thought you might have some opinions on this thing.
All right. Okay, so let's get back into it.
Individuals.
Look, I just want to get a response to what he said. Like, does that ring of some sort of white supremacist diatribe? What Sitch just read? Because to me, it seems crystal clear that he's saying, look, America did not live up to their ideals.
Listen,
America has failed in the past.
You want me to concede to see this the way that you see it.
Well, no, I want to see how you see it.
I'm explaining to you exactly. If I look at one interaction during the Tulsa race,
you got some to.
No, I'm just making noises.
Okay.
I'm just laughing at him
One
because of how rude he was.
Attacking one other individual. I don't get a full picture of what's going on there.
None of that is in what he said, though.
Excuse me. I'm trying to explain to you what is wrong with it. He says it doesn't mean you don't.
Yeah.
That's it. Excuse
the
me.
thing is that he paused for a long time as if to invite a right. He
right.
But, you know, so I don't know. Yeah.
Oh my god, it's so cute. Ah, it's so cute. It's like a little kitty candle.
What is that?
Anyway, sorry.
Oh, kitty candle. Burn it.
Where?
Yeah.
Burn it
Where
to
is
the
it?
ground like it
Burn the
deserves.
kitty cat.
It's in the Thinkers Discord.
The Thinkers, the
Is
original.
I don't see it. Oh, I see up there. Nope.
The other
yeah,
one. Yeah.
Okay, here. I'll pull that up.
It's cute. It has nothing to do with
It
what we're
is.
talking about.
I mean,
It's on brand.
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
If I was a candle. But I think another thing, just Cameron, I sometimes pause up to 30 minutes while talking, no joke. And people forget that they're like, oh, okay, I guess he's done with that. But Cameron was talking about systemic versus individual thinking. I think that is quite a point to bring up.
Okay, here. Let's stop sharing scene and pull up this here. Oh, you're gonna do that. Okay, wait. So let me just share a screen. And then say window. There we go. Share. Papa. What?
Okay.
Do other people see it?
No.
No,
I don't see
it's
anything.
just
There we go.
There it is. Okay, wait, it's not that clear.
and,
Come on, it's not that clear. Why is it so pixelated?
Oh, is it
But
pixelated
you
for
guys
you?
get
It's
the
not pixelated
idea.
for me.
Well, you get the idea.
for some reason, it's pixelating, but yes, it's a candle. It's great.
Oh,
Is cute.
A cat still. Anyway, thank you, Patrick. We can go back to the video now, I guess.
yeah.
That was the palette cleanser.
Okay. All right, and then we go here, and play.
Don't judge the actions of individuals. To look at the Tulsa race massacre as actions of individuals, okay, as opposed to as a part of a broader systemic move to deny a class of people, black power and money in Oklahoma City, and then to not see that in the context of what was happening in post-Reconstruction America, where you had 6 million members of the KKK, particularly in that decade, where you had the
Okay, I know Sam isn't talking to the person who made the statement, wasn't or the person who wrote the bill or anything like that. However, right, he's talking to Such and Adam. Somebody, people who have different interpretation of what was said than Sam. So it's not the author, right? But this also reminds me of conversations I've had in the recent past where, especially when I was talking with Doomer, where I would lay out something and then he would say, oh yeah, but, and he would say everything that he had a problem with what I said, or he would reframe his perspective in opposition to what I said. And then I would just come back with, well, I agree with everything you just said. And I don't think anything I've said contradicts what you've said. And it sounds like that is also applies here, where the point he's trying to make isn't that you can't teach all of what's happening. It's just that you can't introduce your theories about race and you can't introduce you can talk about the facts and the trends, but you can't talk about the fact that all of this is happening because of whiteness in relation to CRT. If that makes any sense.
Everything is related to whiteness according to CRT.
All right.
I don't know. It's the problem with the ideology. It is seen as, But they're not seeing it as skin color. It's because of whiteness, which to them has a differentiation of some sort. So I don't know. It's kind of talking past each other. Like, it's not because of your skin color, it's because of your whiteness, which, yes, you only get qualified for that because of your skin color, but it has nothing to do with that. It's just the qualification of whiteness.
Political whiteness or political blackness, right? Like, it's a kind of reframing. It's a tying of the color of your skin to some, like, sort of political ideology or political way of thinking.
But
you know, like you have capital B blackness when someone says, "Oh, this Candace Owens isn't black," they mean that she's not politically black, and they say, "Well, it's not racist." But when you say political blackness, or you say she's not black, it's almost as if like there's some sort of way that she should be thinking just because of the skin color.
Exactly.
The words themselves invoke the racial aspect. You really cannot divorce the two.
Also,
you really cannot.
Also, if we were to start saying that like being a thug is black, right? Like like blackness, you wouldn't be saying that. But because it's punching up, it's okay.
Exactly.
That's what a lot of it comes back to. They're the ones with power, therefore it's okay to do X against them.
Whoa.
Yeah, P plus.
But they're just talking about whiteness, which whiteness is property. Apparently, whiteness functions as property as well. So, I don't know. It's more of a concept than just that.
Well, I mean,
I don't know. It seems very insidious.
There's like a conflation of American ideals with white ideals. This is something that Patricia Badol talks about in her book. It's like the Manual for Whiteness or whatever, or something like that. I forgot what it was called. But yeah, she conflates white ideals with liberal ideals, or more broadly speaking, American ideals. And then she kind of attacks whiteness on that level, on like liberal, like it's very anti-liberal if you break it down enough, like showing up on time.
We don't have utopia yet, so liberalism failed.
Oh, hey, that would be an interesting map. Mapping out her arguments for whiteness.
Okay, let's do it.
That would be a cool map. Because
it's a very difficult read, though. I'll tell you.
Because that's the problem. Is that I feel like what happens is that there's this obfuscation that happens because they use the same terms different ways, and they hide there's enough plausible deniability in the way things are phrased and in the way you can read individual sentences or individual paragraphs. But when you take everything together, and you create an understanding of what is being said, a unifying theory of what is being said throughout the entire book, throughout the entire pamphlet or whatever, paper, whatever these things are, right? Then you see that they do mean essentially white people are racist. And if you're not adhering to the approved black message, then you aren't black. They are saying that.
You ain't black.
They're just doing it with extra words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think a map would show that. I think a map would. Was that you?
Oh, Kitty left.
All right.
Might have been Kitty.
Yeah, I think it was. All right.
But yeah, it really is just kind of that same.
Hello.
Okay, that was
what's happening?
Interesting. There's we got sidetracked because there was a cat that just showed up on the screen.
All thought has left our brains. All we can do.
That's what tastes.
I know we just keep circling back to it, but it's just kind of it's the definition of that whiteness. Like to them, they're not seeing that as skin color; they're seeing it as some sort of I don't know.
It's
really weird.
The thing
is talk to them like, is it an innate thing?
Right. No, but that's my point. In the same way that they argue, in the same way that they argue certain things about society, and then you say, "Oh no, that's not actually how it is. This is how it is. And they say, I understand that's your perspective and that's kind of like the way that you see it on the surface. But if you use this analysis, you can see that that's not actually true. It's actually this other thing that's true, right? They do that kind of analysis. They make those kinds of statements. And I would do the same thing to them and say that I understand on the surface you have constructed this other meaning for whiteness, but you are reproducing the same type of racism. It's just with extra words and more layers.
Yeah, but it also has that built-in mop and bucket where you can retreat
exactly.
back. You don't have to then stick with that one definition. It's kind of built into a lot of the ideology. That's one of the reasons why they use terms like that. It does allow for that retreat.
What? Did you guys notice the part of this debate where Sitch argued for killing people who write books you think are sus? No?
I mean, that's pretty base. So.
I missed that, but
Where was that? What is that in our chat or their chat?
Rumble chat.
Oh, Rumble chat. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's Rumble.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
No. No. Cameron is saying that in Rumble chat.
Oh.
Ah.
Are you honorable?
Yeah. Well, we're on Rumble. You're on Rumble too.
Yeah.
Right now.
I didn't know.
I legit heard you ask, "Are you honorable?"
That's what I heard, and then all right.
Sorry,
I'm
I didn't realize. I'm putting the camera on me again because Gordon's out in the wild. Are you coming this side? Okay. So, I had the camera on Daisy, but then that would mean that we would see your pee-pee. He's walking around very naked.
Can I see your pee-pee?
Okay. All right. Anyways, let's play here.
Revving up of Jim Crow laws, where you had a series of massacres like this to dispossess Black people of political power, to focus on the individual, is to deny what was going on during that entire era. And then to deny what was going on in that entire era is also to deny the larger context of American history. And that is why I compared it to the last.
Unfortunately, guys, I have to dip.
It is a denial.
I meant what I said. I only had a few minutes, so I am sorry.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, I've been so absent
well, thanks
too.
for contributing to the think.
I'll probably continue to be pretty absent for a while. I got a lot of things going on. Life is
as soon as you have that power differential thing figured out, definitely let us know. We want to have you on our show to talk about that.
Yeah, that'll be fun. That's also currently a bit stagnant because I had to order a whole bunch of books pertaining to it that are still on the way.
Yeah.
So, I can't find any of these books online.
Yeah,
so
that's kind of a problem I've run into as well.
So I have to buy physical copies, and they're like $20 each, and I have to pay for shipping, and it's like a week to get them to my house. So.
Yeah, and then reading is not exactly easy with this type of material.
It's
really kinda,
it's not.
It takes its toll on you.
I ordered 2 books on the topic, and both of them are 200 pages long. I'm probably not going to read both of them in full. But it's still a daunting task, regardless.
You're not going to give
Did you
Biddle
buy
the
Benjamin's
respect
books?
she deserves. It wasn't that one.
No.
It's the lady who discovered P + P = R.
Should we watch a different debate?
Yeah, she,
we saw
came
Sitch
up.
do the thing. Well, you guys, maybe we were asleep. I went to bed, and maybe Katru was at work when that part of it happened.
Yeah, I didn't see
Not
that
a lot
part.
of
I
us
definitely
make it
wanna
through
look
the whole
into it.
stream. Lucy is often
Alrighty.
there the whole time.
Well, you guys have a good one.
Wait. I think
Super.
Have a nice life, bye, Jet. Yeah.
No.
Wait,
If he's
what's up?
talking about, I think if he's talking about later on in this debate, what?
See ya.
See you, Jeb.
You have to go.
When did
Sitch
we
was-
lose Miss? Sorry, continue.
Wow, that was like an hour ago. or a half hour ago at least.
What?
Anyways, Dorcas is just now realizing Miss 1776 isn't here.
What?
Oh. Wait, she left? No.
I'm
okay.
So
sorry. Continue, Andrew.
Yeah. No, okay. So, with Sitch, like it is later on. I don't think we'll get to it, but I'll just say it here. Sitch was saying that if you have, okay, I think I could have made the argument better, but what he was trying to say is that if you are cornering someone, if you're making an argument that doom is on the horizon, right? And, if your government is on the verge of becoming a totalitarian regime and you keep cornering your audience mentally, then aren't you giving them a justification for violence? That was what, like, if you were, and he equated it to Hitler, that if you were in 1930s Germany and you were paying attention, you read Hitler's Mein Kampf, and you saw him rising to power, wouldn't a reasonable person do something violent to stop Hitler? Like if they were, isn't that was Sitch's
I don't know.
point. And I disagree.
So in this hypothetical, has everything been like explored all the other options, or is violence just like the quickest option?
Yeah, I disagree.
Violence is the answer.
I disagree that
I mean, usually, yeah.
I disagree that a reasonable person would go that far. Much more like Sam Seder in this case, actually. But what I would say is that there are ways you can corner someone, right? There are ways you can rob a reasonable person of their reason and then drive them to action. That's the point of what do you call it? Stochastic terrorism, right? That's the point of that, and why it's actually, I want to say it's an actual crime, isn't it? Like inciting violence.
So, I mean, like inciting is, but that wouldn't technically be stochastic. Like,
yeah, okay.
That would literally be like, so yes. So directly inciting is illegal, but stochastic is where it gets like kind of that weird gray area.
Sure.
Again, like I think it has to be reasonable, where like somebody could interpret anything as like a call to action, so it has to be like a reasonable thing, and then that's open to interpretation.
Exactly.
I don't know, it gets a little iffy.
Yeah.
Aren't there also issues of like the context of the time and what Germany was going through, like right before Hitler's rise to power and coming out of their own economic issues, and keeping in mind this was also more or less around the time other philosophical ideas were popping up. I don't know where I'm going with this, but it seemed pertinent in my mind.
So yeah, I don't think that what do you call it? I disagree with Sitch in that a reasonable person would take action. I would argue that it is, as I said before, a reasonable person can be mentally cornered to the point that they have lost their reason.
Fair, Lord Cameron.
You could say the same about Trump, though. I think Optimus says Lord Cameron. Was it that you were addressing, Dorcas?
Yeah. No, I went on my weird tangent that wasn't fully thought out, and Lord Cameron came in with a fair response.
Right.
Sorry, I don't mean to take away from you, Andrew. You are making salient, important points. Please continue.
I like to hear the argument, and I think that listening to I didn't actually listen to the January 6 hearings, but listening to the coverage on it, I do think that there was a certain amount of cornering that Trump was doing to the people.
I was literally just typing that.
What, the Twilight joke?
Yeah. You beat me.
Oh, shit. Nice. Sorry, Andrew.
No, it's fine.
It's just funny.
You want to move on?
No.
Sure.
Well, you want to. Okay.
No, it's fine. Yeah. Wait.
Daisy, you decide.
Who hasn't read Twilight? What's this about Twilight?
No, it's because
GroupMind was just saying that they never wanted to murder an author after concluding the book.
Oh,
and
I
just,
see.
You know, they've probably never read Twilight then.
Got it.
Well, Artem also did it. Artem said I stole his joke. Also did Gray. Also, we all had the same joke. I've read Twilight and I enjoyed Twilight at the time, but it was just the joke that came to mind.
Oh wow! I wonder. Okay, this is kind of scary. So on my phone, right? It just gave me a notification that the Twilight Saga is now available on Prime Video.
Just in case you needed to know that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Daisy.
Prime, eh? Yeah. That does seem a bit coincidental.
Yeah. Amazon.
In other news, Baldur's Gate 3 just hit 69% downloaded. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Right on. Right
nice.
on. All right.
I can't read, sis.
Do we? Okay. Cool. Yeah. So,
Daisy,
do we want to move on to Barbie? I think that.
Oh, Barbie.
I think
we talked about Barbie for
mic drop
2 hours.
Great.
No, I want to get to Adam's. We got lots of time for Barbie. It's almost
okay. Sure. Yeah,
so that means 2 hours. We only two and a half hours in.
No worries. I don't know how everyone's feeling about this topic, whether we want to keep going or not. No,
I'm still enjoying how ridiculous it is.
I mean, I'd like to see if Sam ever answers anything, but I kind of don't think he will.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Of history.
He says specifically though, that's teaching the good, the bad, and the ugly, that we've made mistakes in the past. He says that specifically.
But I'm sorry, the idea of the Oklahoma race mask.
Okay, I just have to cut Sam off here. Oh, it's so infuriating. The context of the mistake is for the country. You know, the country has made errors, right? But the point about being a mistake was like there are parts of the country that went down a wrong path, and that's not the full responsibility of everyone in the country, because some people did bad things, but it is still part of our history. So he's contextualizing it as a wrong turn, a mistake, a thing that we should not have done. That is not that the collective us is not responsible for, but we need to recognize that it is something that should not be repeated. That's the point of labeling it a mistake, and not to mitigate or to downplay the actions of the individuals themselves. He's not saying those people made a mistake. He's saying, well, I mean, you could classify it as a mistake in a certain context. It's like, you know, they went down a wrong path in their life. But he's not saying that, you know, it's just, you know, oops, they made a mistake. It's that, you know, they very much did horrible, horrible things. He's just like, at max, he's trying to say that they went down a wrong path in life. That is and collectively us as a country have this as a history.
It's not justifying it.
Yeah. Here, let me go back.
The idea of the Oklahoma race massacre being a mistake, as opposed to literally a campaign that was across many parts of the country.
You don't
dispossess a class of people from political power is, I'm sorry.
No, again, semantics.
Mistake is not.
This is semantics about what mistake means. Like, oh, get the fuck out! Come on now. You're just
like no one thinks it was
pulling
an
this
accident.
out your ass. Like nobody's saying, oh, it's an oopsie. Nobody is saying that.
Yeah, and this is what happens with it's not a left thing; it's a left and a right thing, right? Where they take they nitpick the word choices and they run off in their own direction. Like, I know exactly what you mean and what you meant, what you said was horrible, and then you're like, but I'm not trying to say that. I understand that that's what you came away with, but that's not at all what I'm saying. And it's just frustrating to deal with these people that continuously nitpick your word choice.
Oopsie poopsie.
Yeah,
it's a way.
And I would like to know what Nico, his question, like, what does he mean by campaign? Like, does he think that this was organized, or is he using campaign very loosely? Like, there were a bunch of events that were like
that is organized,
perhaps spurred on by others, or was it something organized?
Indeed.
Now that I said, oopsie,
sorry, I think I cut off Dorcas. I think you were saying something.
It's a way of like disengaging from the actual argument. Sometimes it is important to set a baseline for what terms mean and what certain definitions are, but at a point you're just using it to avoid having the discussion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
oh, what?
Patrick is killing me today.
No.
Put this cross on your lawn. We're sorry. I can't today. He's just too much. What did you have for lunch?
Right.
Funny.
He had the usual.
Yeah.
He has a classic.
The only sad thing about Patrick is that he's not here.
Yes, that is
true.
Yeah.
That is the only sad thing about Patrick.
He adds so much to the show. He's a good chatter. He adds so much to the show through his chat.
He's a base chatter.
Oh yeah, there's so many people we have to watch though. Blaine as well also needs to be watched. I'm just thinking. Okay, no, continue. Let's continue.
Long enough a word? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not just.
You would classify it as a mistake, though.
In the Oklahoma history guidelines, it says to teach everything you're talking about. It says to teach about the rise of black towns. It says to teach about the rise of the Ku Klux Klan. It says to teach about the emergence of Black Wall Street and the Tulsa race massacre. It says to teach about.
What does it tell that you cannot read me the Oklahoma law?
Again?
Oh no. They were somebody who was talking about that. But
it is again. I think it is. Isn't it the same one?
No. He wants to. That was somebody who was talking about the law that they were quoting.
But now, is it going to be? He needs the graphic of this one too.
Yeah.
Like, is it going to be the exact same claim? Like, you need to put it on the screen. We're gonna no. Can you cut off part of that statement? I just need that first part.
Actually, yeah.
It sounds like we're getting close to this.
That's what he's going to do.
It's the anti-CRT.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Says no teacher or administrator or other employer or school district charter, school or virtual school charter should require to make part of the course the following concepts. Number 1, race or sex is inherently superior to another race or sex. Number 2, that an individual by virtue of his race or sex is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. Number 3, an individual should be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment solely or partially because of his or her race or sex. Number 4, members of one race or sex cannot and should not attempt to treat others without respect to race or sex. Number 5, an individual's moral character is necessarily determined by his race or sex. Number 6, an individual by virtue of his race or sex bears responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex.
And
Number
Ryu?
Yeah.
Legit question for chat. Should Sitch have shared some of these docs with Sam before he wanted to talk about this example?
Oh, yeah.
As
they
I understand it, but as I understand it, they're talking about something that Sam himself was talking about. So there's no sharing needed. That's what
There's an assumption that he should have educated himself on the or known.
Okay, yeah. The topic of conversation was relatively impromptu, and they actually do apologize at the end for not having all of these things doled out in advance. They take ownership of that mistake. They don't blame Sam for it. They say, next time we have a conversation, we'll get you all this stuff in advance and you won't be caught unprepared.
Yeah, but then you can always just say, like, I didn't have the time to review all of it, so I don't know. There's always a way out of it, or I've read a slightly different interpretation of it. I'm using this version of it, even if you have that. I don't know. I still don't see it being like a straightforward conversation, but that is awesome that they, at least acknowledge that they could get him the materials.
Right.
I just don't think that's going to drastically change it.
And I think
the debates that I've seen. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. Debates that you've seen.
I was just saying where they do actually provide the stuff. I haven't seen that going any better than if it's just going in there for an actual conversation. They'll still find a way to dodge it if it's information that they don't necessarily agree with or want out there.
Yeah, because
he rarely seems like it's someone actually confronting it with new or better information.
Yeah, because they're giving it to him, and it's not as if he's saying you're lying. It's brought there to him, and okay, yes, that means potentially things that he could bring to the party and say, but he also says this. Yes, I understand that. But the way that this conversation seems to have gone is that they bring him if somebody brings you something and you haven't reviewed the whole thing and they say this is what it is, you can still give your opinion on what is there. I think it's fine for you to go for them. If that's, put an if statement in there, guys. If that's the point, just put an if statement.
Yeah, I hope
just
so.
Say, hey, listen,
that's what a lot of us are doing.
True,
we haven't watched this fully, and we're kind of commenting on it. So, yeah, I fully agree with that. If
that's true, if this is the way it is, then I think this, which is because then that's just you're still saying what you believe. I think it's okay for you to do that. I don't think it's. I guess it could be. You could do it really badly and still be very slippery and not really commit to saying anything in that way, but being presented with certain facts you should still be able to go, okay, well, a lot of people go, I haven't read the whole thing, but that's fine. I think that would be fun, but I think you're right. Even with people that have exactly the same information, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to talk around it and do the semantics and all of the stuff that they're doing anyway. The quote is not that long. Yeah, like copy paste, dude.
Well, no, he does. He has given, or he does give, what's his name? Sam the links and stuff. After this.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there you go. And then you can do a response and whatever.
Okay. Right.
Continue.
Okay.
You don't have a media button? I've got a media button.
An individual should feel discomfort, guilt, anger.
Could you read that last one for me again?
Any individual, by virtue of his or her race or sex, bears responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex.
Do you disagree? Do you disagree with that, Sam?
No, I was curious about the wording. I mean, let's be clear. Like in practice,
let's be clear is the most hilarious phrase from Sam Seder. Always misunderstands, so his clarity is nonsense.
Yeah, it makes this is true. Like it actually give him every bit, so that he like Steelman him, well, not Steelman, but like give him every chance he can to make good arguments, and that is the heart of it. But yeah, to be clear, that doesn't make you clear.
Yeah.
Just saying it doesn't make you clear.
Yeah. It's unhelpful coming from Sam Seder.
A lot of this wording can be interpreted in a myriad of ways.
Let's be clear. It's all unclear. That's the structure of a sentence.
Well done.
Sure.
Right.
Language is that way. Yeah.
On its face, though, this would be totally acceptable if it was passed in like the 1960s, right? This would all be like hailed as a civil rights victory in the 1960s.
Yes, at a time prior to the Civil Rights Act, you're probably right. In fact, if it was done during slavery, it would be hailed as a real victory.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Of course.
Right. Yes, but we're 60 years out from the and there is a resurgence of an attempt to sort of like a neo-Confederate resurgence in this country.
But what is the problem with any of the
Oh, yeah, I
language?
remember this. I listened to a lot of this.
Yeah.
Oh, but then again, we haven't gone through a lot of it. No, it's 30. Yeah. Okay.
We started at 20 minutes, and we've been going for
Yeah.
15. So
That was
Well, I mean,
Is that a record?
for me. It is.
maybe.
I mean, you can continue to read some of the law, but I think like the idea.
It's important to note that Sitch stopped because of Sam, and Sam said, "Don't read the rest."
that someone is that to say that white people have unconscious, and I would argue that it's not exclusive to white people. I think that there's a practice of white supremacy amongst black people as well. But to say that
so there's the blackface
it
white
is
supremacy.
because of our whiteness that we don't have that we have unconscious biases, or we could have unconscious biases, and I believe under that.
And because of the unconscious biases, whoa. That's it. Like the unconscious, and because of that, oh well. Of course, that means it's inescapable. Unconscious can't fix that.
Nope.
Fucked. What? Whenever somebody says that you did this, they're mind reading. They're literally mind reading, but by saying it's unconscious bias.
You're assuming that there is that kind of thing. Unconscious bias is the most toxic kind of thing in pop psychology, really.
Seconded.
Mm-hmm.
It encourages the idea of interpreting people's motivations based off of things that aren't expressed. Yeah, things that aren't expressed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it makes you perceive it that way.
Yeah.
You're perceiving intention that isn't there. And by fostering this idea of the unconscious bias, you are making everybody walk around with the CRT lens on, and they are seeing absolutely every interaction through that lens, and it's a complete. You are going to find it because you've decided it's there. Meantime, it's actually no. I was having a bad day, and that's why I didn't smile.
It creates it creates a tacit acceptance of the CRT worldview, and there's just like nothing you can do about it. It's
nothing you can do.
Subconscious.
You are racist.
It just is. You can't stop yourself from being racist. Even if you're trying to be an anti-racist, you're still racist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but you can recognize it and then say that you are, and then that gives you some sort of credibility about others.
Yes.
How lucky
signal your virtue.
How lucky of me to be able to self-flagellate in front of the entire world. Mea culpa. Mea culpa.
Yeah. Keep that in the bedroom.
Wow. Mysterious guys, everybody hold on. Everybody stop laughing. Take this very seriously. Mysterious Stranger says racism is bad, y'all. Sorry, I had to take a stand and say that. I'm kind of a hero like that. Well done, everybody. Well done, serious trade. I think
so brave.
all of us are just. You know what? Did I get points for supporting that?
Oh yeah, definitely.
But he came. Yeah, we all did. Okay, we all did. I showed it on stream. Yay!
Actually, Gordon has
signal.
Gordon has something to add to the stream.
Or does he? Did he
Yeah,
fart?
he did. Didn't you hear him?
No.
He was talking just now.
He wasn't.
No, he was. He definitely was. 100%.
He's not. I think you're lying. He's in his room.
I'm not the only one who heard it, right?
No, it was Dorcas, maybe.
I
No, it
don't
was
know.
Gray. I think you heard Gray.
No. It was.
I was slow clapping.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just
it's not
mysterious
important.
stranger really got to me.
It's super.
You know.
Yeah, it's
Gordon
super
said
not
the
important.
N-word. Calvin. Yeah, it's super not important. Gordon farted earlier and nobody seems to have noticed, so.
No, your what is it? Background noise filtering. Cut it off. No one heard it at all.
I turned the noise cancelling off just for that and it didn't work. Okay. I'm going to tell him, be like, try harder next time. It's just going to walk past and shot or something. Yeah. Gordon's alive? Yes, he's made it. Okay, let's go.
All right. Okay.
We need to get to the mic drop.
There is a real question as to whether I could say that in a classroom.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think
even that we could have unconscious biases. Right. I think that is, a real problem.
I think the concept of whether people have these unconscious biases, I understand if in a school, in a public school, you say, okay, in history class and things of this nature, we shouldn't be teaching that, people possibly have unconscious biases, which is
what if it's
a contested topic?
Social studies class.
I think it's totally fine if parents don't want to teach the idea, this frankly, unproven idea that people have these unconscious biases. I think that's totally fine in a public school. And to me,
it is unproven. That's the thing. Is that
it's unreplicatable.
Yeah. No.
It's beyond unproven. It's kind of disproven.
Yeah. Not only. Yeah. It's super frustrating. It's very much on the border, if not actually pseudoscience.
Yeah, well, it's I hate the way psychology is used that way, but it lends itself to it.
Because when you're they want to say that you have racist intentions, because the moment you're shown two people that your eyes will focus to the color of the person that shares the color of skin of the person that raised you. So if you were raised by, if you're a white person but was raised by a black nanny, you will actually, your eyes will focus, have a micro expression of focus towards the black person first before you look to the white person, and that
but if you're given the same test a second time, that isn't the same result. The results will be completely different. So you're getting a snapshot of whatever it is at that time. You're not actually replicating what it's saying you're going to actually get out of this test.
Yeah. No,
I don't know. If it was actually measuring that, wouldn't it be consistent?
Well, no, but there's that. There's definitely that. But even in the case where what I just said is correct, that all you're showing is that there's a slight pattern recognition. It's linking back to that.
But even then, it's not always.
And you're putting a huge amount of importance on that tiny little thing. You're saying you're adding so much meaning to that.
Baggage.
That it's just all that baggage. Yeah. Does Gordon send telepathic
It's really
news?
not fair. Yeah.
He does indeed. You're not on the telepathic list item?
I'm gonna
totally get on that list.
Gordon, he should be charging for that.
No.
Only minds.
He only mine.
Anyway, thanks, Artem. That was a great idea.
It takes like a very far jump to go from you can't teach that people have unconscious biases to this is the rise of like the neo-Confederacy.
Well, I think passing laws to say that we can't teach that we have unconscious biases is
This is the thing that I would like to confront Sam with, is that you say that, but what if unconscious biases aren't real? What if that science is wrong? I
don't think he's ready to like actually confront that, because that's part of it. Like it is a thing. We have these unconscious biases. He's not saying we could have this. He's saying, could we teach about this thing that we have? He does not seem open to the possibility that it's not possibly a thing. But one thing that I do want to point out that's a weird sidetrack is they mentioned the Neo-Confederacy. I think Sam's facial hair would really, really fit into this Neo-Confederacy quite well. Just something about the coloration, it takes me to Neo-Confederacy. But sorry, back to the unconscious bias.
No, I've done. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
Sam is not confronting the idea that those people are saying that because they don't think that unconscious biases are real. They don't want to be teaching false things. It's not that they don't want to teach uncomfortable things. They don't want to be teaching false things. And they disagree that these things are real. These things are true.
You actually, I do.
And so, exactly. And so what I would like for him to say, or, like to confront is like, okay, but what if those people believe, what if you believe that something wasn't real and people wanted to teach it? Wouldn't you stand in the way of that? Wouldn't you want to pass legislation prohibiting, prohibiting those things?
Religion seems to be very close of an analogy, and it seems to be one that most people that are pushing this ideology, they are against religion generally, but they will not view this as it could be the same type of deal. And if you're just talking about ideology, they're just seeing it as this isn't a religion. But if you kind of show it that same way, hey, what you're saying is actually an ideology, these things aren't necessarily proven. If you were to say, this is what this ideology thinks, I think you could teach it that way, just as you kind of do with religion, at least in the religious classes. It's not like you need to, prove your devotion to it to get a grade. It's more, here's what this believes. I don't think that there would be like that much of an issue of it. But since he's in that actual ideology and he's looking through that lens, he's not questioning why. He's just saying, okay, well, can I even bring this up? Which... it's a step beyond, is this actually a thing? He's accepted it and he's moved on. It kind of sucks. They're kind of talking past each other in that way, that he's not willing to kind of question, should this be? It's just, this is. So why are you having trouble teaching this?
Mm-hmm. All right.
Mic drop. Let's get to the mic drop.
I don't think it's I don't think it has the exact same implications, but it is the exact same dynamic. It's the same impetus. It's just like, you're not able, it's like when Lee Atwater said with the Southern strategy, we can no longer after the Civil Rights Act, we can no longer use the N-word. So we say busing. You can't use the N-word, so we say raise taxes.
That's insane. Oh my God.
Oh, yeah, I remember he got I think this is where I turned off. I was like, okay, I'm going to bed now. It's bedtime. I actually think I said goodbye. Fuck you guys, bye.
That's insane. It's like, okay, people who are like talking about like competing on intellectual ideas are really just dog whistling for their hatred of Black people or something. It's insane.
It's insane. It's dishonest.
Look at him go. Look at him go. well,
I mean,
Sam, do you disagree with the part of the law that states that you can't say that people have immutable characteristics? Because I mean, for me, that is textbook racism, to teach that, you know, someone has some kind of behavior specifically because they're a certain race or religion or anything. Seems like textbook racism to me. And the law specifically, I think, is against that.
Good luck, good night, and good luck.
I mean, I don't know which.
Yeah,
I couldn't understand. This is as far as I got.
Yeah. So this is all new.
Of the law you're talking about. I'm sure there's some provisions of that law that I have no issue with, and I would suggest that they're probably in there, you know, as a way of getting the parts that are really problematic. Like, I do think it's very problematic that you cannot teach that that you could have unconscious racism. Yeah, well, I think that's
this is why I don't like that. You know, the Oklahoma State, they actually put out some pretty good guidelines where they kind of go over all these various things. And when they talk about the unconscious bias part, they say, this is the example they give, is they say it's acceptable to teach that stereotypes and xenophobia do exist and can lead to harmful consequences. But it's not acceptable to teach students that people of a specific race are always racist, regardless of whether they're aware of their racist assumptions and acts because of unconscious bias. And to me, you know, I understand that that's a part of some ideologies is the fact that we're all kind of operating under these unconscious biases. Personally, I don't think it's helpful or useful to conceptualize this, because the way this basically breaks down is that whenever someone's having an argument about whether something is racist or offensive, the person will basically fall back on, well, you can't see it because of your skin color. This is your unconscious bias. I have no problem with that not being taught in public schools.
Reverse Uno.
Yeah. Very well said. It's not helpful, and it actually encourages people to not listen, essentially.
Yeah, but I have a prediction that Sam's not going to actually engage with this, that he's going to do a mop and bucket of his own and say that nobody's saying that about race.
Oh, that's usually the modus operandi of these arguments. So let's see.
Okay, well, I think that is I think that is problematic. I do think that's problematic. The idea that you're unaware of that your position in society can obscure society's dynamics, I think is a really important thing to teach kids.
Well, I don't think they're not saying that.
I would say actively not. No, I would say that teaching that to kids specifically is actually bad. I think that is something that
you don't think you should teach your kid that they're very privileged and that's a bad thing.
I think that should be a college level idea. I do not think we there's so many things we need to get to in high school or in K through 12 that really we do not need to be adding this kind of stuff in there.
I think we need to. Yeah. I think being self-aware is okay. It's something that needs to but the thing is, what is being taught here is there is one oppressor, and there is only one. Everything in, you know what? You're right. It is a college level sort of thing, because I'm thinking like talking about power dynamics and things like that, and it is. I would want people to learn about themselves and to be reflective of any bias they might have or whatever, but I wouldn't want them learning that it's something that they're powerless against, and that everybody else has it as well. And so it's the effects of it. It's a very nuanced sort of, it's an emotional intelligence kind of thing that needs to happen, not actually a political education.
There's a healthy dose of I'm going to sleep with a roof over my head and a full tummy, and I should be grateful for that when there are people who don't or can't, as opposed
that's
a better, that's a
Sorry,
more
man,
positive
I didn't mean to
way
interrupt you. I
of
think I know where you're going with this. But what was the as opposed to, Dorcas?
I was going to do that thing I do where I just kind of tail off and let someone else pick up the ball.
Damn it.
We finished it, right?
Well, I totally agree with you. And I think that as opposed to actually teaching them that they are now an oppressor themselves just for something that they're not in control of and they are bad. That seems to be the issue with it. Like if you just tell someone to recognize, hey, do you see all these like great things around you? Don't blackpill them, but they should be aware of everything, great that is around them and that they are very fortunate. But I don't know, to add that like extra, I don't know, oomph on there that your kid is now bad or that due to their skin color,
exactly.
I think that's horrible. But I think it's also horrible to say that, based off your skin color, you are now oppressed and to also go with that mentality. That can't be healthy for either side of that.
You're putting a chip on a person's shoulder. You're literally putting it there. Okay, not literally, but you are teaching
it seems
them.
like on everyone's shoulder.
You're literally
even
figuratively
oppressors
putting it
would
on.
get a chip and the oppressed. It seems like it's, I don't know, I can't see how it would be helpful for anyone.
And again, going with the healthy dosage type thing, if you are in your bed at night with a full tummy and warm blankets and you're thinking how privileged you are and how unfair it is that there are people who don't have that, you can use that you can use that and then go to your local shelter and donate a loaf of bread and some warm blankets, and you use that as your catalyst for change. But to allow that healthy dosage of wanting to do good to cause you to hate everyone and everything around you, including yourself, as some sort of
self-flagellation thing. My brain is melting with Sam right now. Thanks, you guys, for keeping me sane. Andrew's inviting cadence, Gray's beautiful bass-filled voice, Kitty's honest laughter, audio therapy in the moment. Oh, I love that.
Aww.
That was a great one, Carlente.
That's sweet.
I have no opinion whatsoever.
Dorcas was left out.
Dorcas also has a great. Dorcas just gave us some honest laughter too.
Yes.
I make jokes sometimes.
And not only that, he has great points. And he assists well. He likes to tip it up so that somebody else can spike it. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I play support.
Anti-Blackpool ASMR brought to you by Dorcas. There you go.
Yeah.
There, that's a nice item.
Thank you.
That you can't say that there's a potential for unconscious bias. It's saying you can't say that that's inherent. You inherently have this unconscious bias.
I think it's more than likely that inherent. I don't think it means that it is something that you're born with necessarily, as much as you're
watch him
wow,
himself.
He's actually biting the bullet on this more than most.
Yeah.
Inherent doesn't mean something you're born with, guys. Cool.
I would have thought that he would have retreated to that's not what we're saying. It's not about race. But wow. Okay, he's going for it.
That's what I mean. I expected more.
See, yeah. No, okay. I take it back. I need this. I need Sam to be arguing my point for the kink debate.
Why? What?
Okay, inherent doesn't mean inherent.
Inherent doesn't mean inherent. Ta-da! There we go. That's great.
That's
wait, he's actually.
That's
he's making. I love that such a just very frank voice there. Like, that's what inherent means. Like, can you go back a second?
Yeah.
As you're,
that's what inherent means.
That's
in that you're
well.
He's just like confused. It's like, but wait.
Well, I mean, it means that if you accept, common definitions, but it's hard to make that adjustment in mid thought, I guess, that you're not going to actually use the definition, because that would make your point quite I don't know, unintelligent.
Surprised. What was your what about? Was it him saying, was it the inherent thing? Yeah. Maybe he thinks something developed by an environment, then it's permanent. People are born, but society makes it that way. Yeah, he could mean it that way, but then it's still inherent. It's unavoidable.
That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't take away the fact that he's trying to say.
Yeah, they make the inherent argument, not by biology, but by society. They're doing the same thing. It's biologic or essentialist racism through society. Therefore, it's not linked to your skin color, but it is still essentialist. And I'm kind of sick of it, honestly.
Yeah. But I thought he would at least do that, like bait and switch, like to, not actually go for it. But I don't know, to just try and argue like, well, that's not what it means. It's actually what it means. I don't know. I'm curious to see where he goes from there, because, yeah, I mean, I guess that is the main argument is, well, I have a different definition for that, but he doesn't seem to have one ready. So I don't know. What does he mean by
what do you
inherent?
do with that?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm kind of interested to hear where he goes, because I would have thought he would have just said, like, we're not talking about skin color here. That's not what anyone is mentioning.
We're talking about culture.
But,
yeah.
I can't find my emotes for Rumble. Anyway, continue.
Hey.
I created many emotes for Rumble and it's not working.
Let us play.
That it is a what do you call it? A trait that is a function that you are born into, I should say, right? Like you are acculturated as a white person to a certain society.
Did he just say acculturated?
Yeah.
Yes. He is enculturated with that definition.
Yeah.
I was not acculturated with it.
Yeah.
So
all right. So what Sam seems to think is that even though it's kind of like an assembly line, everyone is born differently, right? But they're all put on the cultural assembly line, and they're all dyed with this kind of like white supremacy. And so it's like you weren't born with it, but you still have it inherently.
But isn't it more like what makes you up than a dye? Because
I have to follow myself to use my emotes. That's so weird. Sorry.
That is interesting. I didn't know you had to do that.
I don't know. It hasn't worked. Let me just reload. Anyway, sorry. Let's go.
No. Let's listen to you.
I've got so much to say.
Not necessarily. I mean I suppose you could argue also, statistically speaking, that you're born into it because
it's just so bad.
Okay. So it is inherent and you're born into it, but it's not your skin color.
Because you're going to be more likely in a better hospital. Your chances of your mother dying during childbirth are less. I mean, there's a whole host.
I was still here for this.
So he's just read Robin DiAngelo.
You couldn't believe.
He's just bringing up.
I was here for this.
Man.
Of things that are predetermined as you're born.
Look at the chat go. Look at it go.
Measured by your skin color. It's just a reality.
I think when we're talking
I don't know how you even begin to deny that.
I think when we're talking about public schools, that we have to understand that there's a lot of people in this country. The public schools are supposed to be basically
Oh, sorry. I just saw myself in the chat. It's 0 cents, Sam.
Something for everyone. And the concept of the unconscious bias and that we're all living in, white supremacy and all these things. I mean, that's a contentious topic, is a very contentious opinion that a lot of people in this country don't even agree with. And I don't see a problem that public schools are not going to teach something that is so politically motivated in one direction in that fashion.
I know you've said that,
and I don't see how that leads to like the downfall of our society to some kind of
I disagree. And because
you think that one concept is going to lead to the Confederacy.
What you're saying is misinformation any more than my expressing the opposite opinion is misinformation. You can disagree with my opinion, and people can assess based.
You could disagree with my opinion that it's fact.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of the core of it, is that he doesn't seem to get like I'm not disagreeing with you because it makes me feel uncomfortable. I'm disagreeing with you because I think you're actually wrong. And so I don't want you teaching wrong things to kids. So let's just not have that. Excuse me. Let's just not have that in the school.
I'm sorry, I just love the way that you had to go, excuse me.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why, but yeah, I did.
He's just dumb, says Blaine. I mean, I didn't think that he was dumb because, I mean, I didn't know much about him. But yeah, he's dumb. He sounds dumb.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is comparing him to me. So this is not. This is a problem.
You can remember the talking points, the hospital thing, the based on where you're born, that's all Robin DiAngelo talking points. He knows them, and he's able to put this ideology together, but he doesn't. I don't know. He's not able to take the step back and see that he has this ideology.
Yeah.
Based upon the way that we've argued about it.
If you talked about the Oklahoma law, and you said, I disagree with this aspect of
I think
wait,
let him finish.
If you talked about the Oklahoma anti-CRT bill and you said, I think that this part of it is wrong, I think you should be able to teach that there's unconscious racism or whatever. That's not misinformation. That's fine. The misinformation element to me, and the problem with it, is that when you misinterpret, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and you only play half of the guy's answer, and you make it sound like, this guy is trying to hide up the Tulsa race massacre. And then you use that to say that Oklahoma is engaged in lost causism and this is some kind of white supremacy. I mean, that is clearly not true.
The very act of proposing and passing anti-CRT laws is in fact part of a white supremacist project, and one that is akin, obviously, we're in a different era.
Thanks, bye,
to the lost cause. Yeah.
I think that I just wanted him to finish with that because it's insane. What he doesn't seem to realize is that he is built in himself a dichotomy. So to him, just denying this, it's kind of like, it reminds me actually of the Sitch and Adam debate with Dane and Bob. How they were asking, we want to make
the Madam and Bitch debate, according to actual fandom.
Yeah.
That's so hilarious! Wow, I'm gonna unsub from Adam and Sitch right now because they said that was so funny.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So they have what do you call it? They have the Sitch and Adam are
the Madam
asking,
and Bitch debate.
Yeah. Madam and Bitch. They are asked actual fandom and organized chaos. We have these critiques. Is there a way to make them without you guys calling us racist, sexist, homophobic?
Is there a way? And they don't just say no because they can't.
They don't just say no, but their arguments equate to that.
Yes, they do. Yeah, it's exactly. I see I can see the mechanism. You're right. It's the same sort of thing. It's like, can't say there's no way for you not to be racist, sexist, whatever, because of your inherent to your skin color. Like they're doing that.
Well, it's inherent to you, but maybe it doesn't specifically matter with your skin color, but it's inherent to you somehow.
Yeah.
Like he hasn't said that it's because of skin color, and he seemed to be objecting to that earlier. But now he at least agrees that it's inherent.
Oh, Jesus, I don't know how he did debate brain there as well with the inherent thing. He was really trying to argue against it being inherent, but he's arguing against himself. It's like, that's what you're trying to say, guy. You're trying.
Yes, I mean the guy who developed the whole thing, Rufo himself, more or less articulated stuff like that.
No, okay. What Christopher Rufo articulated was that he thinks that all of these ideas are related, but they're playing hide the ball. So what I'm going to do is intentionally group them together because
much like white supremacy or something
exactly
like that.
Right. His point is that he's going to force a link together because everyone is just running around saying, "Oh no, that doesn't count. Oh no, this isn't that." And so he's going to force a definition because everyone else is hiding. That was his point. Not that he wouldn't come out and say,
like a little bit
"Oh,
of
I'm
turnabout.
lying. None of these things are actually related. I just don't like all of them. So I'm going to make them all together so I can get rid of them." Yeah. It's absurd to think that that is what he did. The obvious, or like the good faith, the steel man, I should say, version of his argument is what I said.
Yeah.
Why in the world
it's hard
would he
to
come
up with a good faith version of it?
Yeah.
Since the whole thing is not in good faith.
Right.
But yeah, that quote has come back to bite Rufo and the right.
This is so fucking
hard.
sad, says depressed Hydra.
Well, it's only sad because you're not here. We need your.
What is Slug's message there?
Riz.
I noticed earlier that Sam related black neighborhood higher temperatures to trees,
let me just let it play a little bit.
Back
I didn't say it was the
on
lost
Twitter.
cause. What do you mean?
No,
the black population is mostly in the south, to trees or something. The black population is mostly. I couldn't believe he went on that. He was like, he literally went to their neighborhoods. I'm like, wow, because of the tree. Oh,
yeah,
that's
no,
the hills and the downs.
like it's this insane level of what do you call it? Consequentialism, where you point out like, okay, so black neighborhoods have less money, so they don't have the money to spend on beautification, trees, that kind of problem, right? And so without the additional coverage, without the all these extra benefits of having trees, the temperature and environment become worse, and therefore that is an expression of white supremacy. The fact that black neighborhoods have higher temperatures.
Because of their race. Don't forget that part.
I mean,
it has
you
nothing
can trace like the weird pattern that he's like following, but I don't know.
Well, but because
it
makes logical sense. If this then that, if this then that, and they are telling, and you have to accept something that there aren't enough trees because this and this and this.
Yeah, like
you have to take all that baggage.
Right. It's kind of insane. What we need to be doing is we need to be solving problems based off of like initial conditions type things. So like the problem with black neighborhoods is, from what I understand, I'm not an expert in this field, but from what I understand, the problems with urban, whether they are black or white, are the problems with those neighborhoods are largely the same. And also similar problems exist in like the Appalachian Mountains. And so we should be focusing on not what makes those things unique and separate, but rather what are the commonalities that all of these situations share, and solving for that.
Yeah. Not also.
Well, that would be asking questions, though.
Cure the disease,
and asking
not the
questions
symptom.
is racist.
Well,
and
so what you're talking about is the difference between a traditional theory and like a critical one. Like a traditional one is actually looking for, it's meant to be descriptive of some sort of phenomena and then aims to understand how it works. Critical theory doesn't do that. It processes information from a perspective vision for society. So they're not going to actually question what it is. Instead, they're going to assert what it is. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, that's just not what they're focused on.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Okay. Moving on.
Yeah, we'll go for another 10 minutes and then we get to Barbie.
Yeah.
He didn't say it was a lost cause, but he said, like, we're just going to put out these words and we're going to make it a boogeyman. And it's almost like it is, like I say, eerily reminiscent of Lee Atwater's. We can't say the N-word anymore, but we say these other things that are coded and signify and hit the same buttons. And that's exactly what I think
whistles
it is.
Of some
Sam, before we move past this, I just want to get.
I mean, how would Sam feel if everyone? Whoa, hey there! You forgot to change your audio avatar.
Yeah, I've got to change it.
Yeah. So with Sam here, how would he feel if we equated the what is it? How would he feel if we linked socialism to anti-white racism, right? And we just said that anytime you're bringing up or even not even that, we could say, like, anytime that socialism is brought up, really what you want to do is you just want to steal and murder from rich people, regardless of skin color. And so anytime you hear a kind of class argument, that really it's just a dog whistle for the murder of rich people.
I mean, so that would somewhat affect him, but again, like with the ideology, he wouldn't necessarily see that. But like with the white part, he's willing to accept that and bite that bullet, that like it's inherent now, and he identifies as white, so he is one of the, whatever you want to call it, virtuous ones. He is able to admit that, or acknowledge that this is a fact, and move from there, where that gives him some sort of points. He is an ally at this point. He's one of the good ones. I don't know. It seems very strange to me, but it's part of that ideology thing. I think he wouldn't accept the that ideology would actually cause that. But I don't know. It's really hard to say. Like I didn't think that he would bite the bullet on this one and say that it is inherent, but he did on this. You'd have to somehow get him to like acknowledge that communism could lead to that. That's where I think he wouldn't actually join you on that one. But he did, he does belong to one group that he says that this is a thing of. So if he could get some sort of virtue in saying that, he probably would agree with it.
Probably. Okay.
This clear, because do you think we can fight racism? Like I'm against racism, and I'm an old school liberal. I believe in trying to get a colorblind society where people are, as Martin Luther King always says, judged by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. But what you're saying with the unconscious bias stuff, it makes me wonder, if that's even a possibility in your estimation.
I mean, I don't know if we can ever get to the point where people don't have, unconscious biases. I don't know if we can ever get to that. I am more concerned with dealing with the implications of those biases first.
Right. So you do think we should fight racism?
And by passing these, so-called anti-CRT laws for elementary school kids, the whole act, in my mind, is a way to obscure the reality of things like I just described. That it's significantly hotter in
my God,
Black people's neighborhoods. That the tax code, though it wasn't written necessarily.
Oh yeah, well, you have something to say?
I'm just exasperated. That's all. I don't need to. Just wow, it's hotter. Yes, we're doing this so we can hide the fact that it's hotter there.
How frequently does he say on his show that it's hotter in Black neighborhoods, and then that's the issue? Or versus how frequently does he say white people are racist? That's hyperbolic.
We got a Wild
course,
Lucy in chat, in their chat.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Usually there.
All right. Sorry for that derail.
What happened?
You want me to just keep going? Oh, I interrupted him and just point out Lucy.
Just to say there's Lucy.
Hey, Lucy.
Lucy's just Adaming over there. Just Adam emoting.
One moment. Okay, now we may continue.
Necessarily to discriminate against Black people does discriminate against Black people because of the relationship between the tax code and having political power.
This is where we completely disagree, because like I said, in the first of the clip, he says we should teach the good, the bad, and the ugly. We have made mistakes as a nation, and we shouldn't try to hide that. We have, he literally says, we've had times in our past where we haven't lived up to our principles. So in the context of this bill, they're talking about teaching all of the things that you're talking about that we need to teach. So we're not going to look. Obviously we're going to disagree on this. But I think if you watch the context of the first clip, it's crystal clear that he's saying that we need to teach all of these things. And I think it's a mischaracterization to say that he's not.
Like I say,
I think that Adam needed to rework that sentence, because he started off by saying, you have your interpretation, I have mine, we're not going to agree. And then he goes on to say, but if you look at this, then it's clear. And saying it's something else is being what he said. He invalidated Sam's perspective. So I think that's not, I understand what he's getting at, but he needed to rework that. Yeah. He needed to say, like, you're doing a disservice to your viewers. Yeah, for sure. He should have said something like, you're doing a disservice to your viewers if you're not allowing them to see the other side, right? By solely focusing on such a small portion of what was said, you're giving a wrong impression. Does it make sense?
Bitsy? Yeah. Could you go back if you want to hear it again?
Yeah.
To the first clip, we're going to disagree on. Obviously we're going to disagree on this. But I think if you watch the context of the first clip, it's crystal clear that he's saying that we need to teach all of these things. And I think it's a mischaracterization to say that he's not.
Like I say,
see what I mean? Okay. I can see what he's going at, but he also is saying, like,
I think it would have been better to just reverse the order. Just say, like, I think the context on that is crystal clear, but it's obvious we're going to disagree with that.
Yeah,
that would end it on that note.
Yeah, yeah. That's actually a good way of doing it as well.
But he's trying to hide these
I think his words.
Perhaps not say he's trying to hide.
We have a disagreement on how to interpret his words. I also think the context in which in support of the anti-CRT legislation is without a doubt, in my mind, a part of a campaign that is akin It's not obviously the lost cause because this is, he's not Dunning, and that's not that's not we're teaching history, but it is akin to the same type of project, which is to obscure racism, systemic racism that exists in our society.
The problem I have with this is that, and I sent you a link to the bill if you want to look at it. It's pretty short. That has the concepts that you're not supposed to teach.
It's going to launch.
The PDF file. But what I just want to say is that, it doesn't say, there's nothing in there that says you can't teach about, systemic injustices in society. There's nothing in there.
What is CRT?
Oh my God.
CRT is conflict theory. That's just, if I was to summarize it, I'd be like, it's conflict theory. That's what's unique to CRT in relation to how I would want to discuss, right? If we were talking about different methods of teaching the same concepts to people, to children or whatnot. We're talking about the Tulsa race riots. We're talking about, the Ku Klux Klan, whatever. All of this kind of stuff, right? If teaching that is a guarantee and we're looking at different methods, CRT uses conflict theory and it uses, there's probably another thing I could throw in there
Critical
too.
methods.
Critical methods. Yeah, thank you. And those things are what I have a problem with. Those things are what Sitch and Adam have a problem with.
Yeah.
Well, hold on a second. The bill doesn't even say you can't teach CRT.
Sorry, what?
No, I'm saying, okay, let's go.
Oh, okay.
Either. It says you can't teach these specific concepts. And when we were going through those specific concepts, you seem to be fine with all of them, with the exception of the unconscious racist concept. And so that's why it's hard for me to draw the kind of extreme conclusions you're drawing from it.
Let me,
Stop sending him links, Sitch. Jeez, let's move on.
We could have had a more profitable conversation if you just sent me this stuff in advance, but that's fine. But you want me to read this?
We did no, Sitch. Stop sending Sam links. Sam, we want you to focus. He's trying to make an argument here.
Well, here's the thing, because there's another part of this argument I want to talk about, but it's just going to repeat itself because of this disconnect about what these CRT laws mean, essentially.
Yeah.
Because the other part of
the conversation's over long ago.
Yeah.
I'm just agreeing
well,
with
they actually do get somewhere. If you've
they get somewhere?
They do.
No.
Conversation that I want to talk about, which is that I think that there's
wait a second. Hold on. One part you didn't read. This is G.
This is
that's what happened.
Yeah, Sam cut Sitch off, and then
he's
Sam
busy reading.
And then
you see.
Right. Mm-hmm. Sam cut Sitch off, and Sam said, "Stop reading." So let me go back.
I think that there's
wait a second. Hold on. One part you didn't read. This is G of that law.
Why did you send him the links?
No teacher. Teacher. Well, because he's trying to make an argument that I am misinforming people, and so it would be.
Well, I started to read that.
Well, we have like 15. Minutes.
Teacher.
Now we're going to read the whole bill.
No teacher, administrator, or other employee of the school district, charter school, et cetera, shall require or make part of a course the following concepts that any individual, and it doesn't even it actually it's like just poor English here. Any individual should feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress.
Sam is not. I think that
he's not picking up. He's not realizing that he's reading out something that is. He's reading out something that's killing him.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but I mean, I think that what Sam has a little bit is
hilarious.
No, it's like a jamais vu, right? Where he's got a little bit of disconnect from what he's reading. So even though it actually is normal and is fine, he's perceiving it to be some kind of like there's some kind of error he's interpreting. Yeah.
He thinks he's got a gotcha here, and it's like, dude, you're reading out your own gotcha. You're literally.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, continue. Yeah. This is great. Oh my god, this is fucking hilarious.
On account of his or her race or sex, and it's not clear that they're teaching that someone
he's realizing
the way this is written.
No, frankly, it's worse than that.
And I say this as somebody who was raised by a contract lawyer.
Okay, listen to this. As someone who's right, so he gets this.
Is that
he's raised by a hairdresser and my hair still looks
should one feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress on account of his or her race or sex is not necessarily something that's controlled by the teacher.
Well, no, it is. It says
should.
Is it? It says should. That's what the word should means.
That any individual should feel.
Yeah.
Discomfort, but how do you should feel discomfort?
This is horrible.
It's saying a teacher cannot teach that students should feel. Okay.
Say so to me in a sentence, you should feel discomfort.
You just said it. Sam, you should feel discomfort. You should feel uncomfortable about this, Sam.
This is
like
you should feel so embarrassed, Sam. You should be. Oh, sorry, technical difficulties. My internet's down. That's what should happen here.
Comes in and says,
I just did what you said.
Okay, I understand. Right. This is a way for a parent.
They are being so nice to him.
Of their child to be taught that white people attacked black people and specifically to disempower them.
Do you think that teachers should be able to teach that because your kid is white, they should feel bad about, white?
Do you think under this law, a teacher could teach something that would make someone feel discomfort, guilt, or anguish? You think they can under this law?
Yeah.
I think that is not the way this is going to go.
So I sent you another link.
I know, Sitch. What are you doing?
Wait, Adam, please stop. Okay, I sent you the Oklahoma State School Board Association guideline, and they talk about this, and they literally say they talk about this. If you want to look on it, it's on page 4, right at the top. They talk about this specific part of the CRT bill, and they say teachers cannot teach that students should feel discomfort, guilt, or anguish because of their race. And then right under it, it says acceptable. Teaching about the facts of history, sociology, etc., even if students have certain feelings about what they are learning. This is not within a teacher's control, nor is prohibited by this part of the statute. The prohibition is of teachers informing students that they should feel distress because of their race or sex. So to me, it's
boom, destroyed. And this is why
he doesn't know that, though. He doesn't realize. Do fucking duh, says Lucy.
Good point.
Yeah. Well said, Lucy.
I love that, Michael. What Michael says, someone in the past sharing your skin color did a bad thing. You're responsible for that behavior. There's Sam, you absolute cabbage. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Come on, man. How are you not noticing what you're doing to yourself?
Right.
Clear that what this law is saying is that a teacher should not tell a student that because they're white, they should feel a certain way. It doesn't say that you can't teach about racism. You can't show your kid roots.
Okay, so again, his point was that this law is anti the like teaching these things, right? It's not benign about like some like theoretical it's trying to end the talk about the Tulsa race riots, more or less, because that's what his thing is, and that this bill is worded to make it impossible. But watch him shift the goalpost.
And if they feel weird or bad about it, that means that it's illegal.
I mean, I think that in practice, this law will inhibit people from teaching these things. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. That's why we have seen it in the context, certainly within the context of Florida, and we see it like the way that it works when you're talking about like library books being pulled. The law doesn't call for these library books to be pulled, but they do so because there is a.
Okay, so something that wasn't brought up by anyone in the conversation, but is really important to note, is that the system for allowing the people to, the system for reviewing books makes them off limits. So that's what they do, is they exploit the system. It's kind of like YouTube copyright, where even whether or not you have sufficient standing, whether or not your claims are accurate, just placing the hold on a video will create a disruption in that video's distribution, and that's all you really want. So you place it, and then the system and then the system will release it after a while, maybe even after 30 days. And that's all you really want to do, is be a nuisance, be disruptive. And so that's kind of what happens with the books, is that people exploit the system, right? But the books aren't necessarily being removed. They're not like completely being eliminated. They're being put into a review process. And honestly, these kinds of exploits are really hard to account for without swinging the pendulum the other way and creating a system where you can't review books.
Which is a problem with any system.
Stuff. Yeah.
Having any system. So it's like, what do you want? Do you want absolutely nothing? Or, so that this thing, like...
Well, just everything for my side would be great.
Just everything that I want, I should have.
And in the context that you want it. So, like, don't block the books I want, but do blocks that I do want to block.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's what, I don't know, it feels like you could see the similarity, like it's some sort of ideology that you don't agree in. Like, oftentimes, again, religion doesn't seem to go hand in hand with CRT. So, I don't know, could they not see the same thing with like keeping religious elements out of there? But I don't know. Sam's done it quite a few times in this conversation where he's not willing to like take a step back. He's just saying that his point of view is fact, and it's just whether or not we're hiding that fact or not. I don't know. It's very strange. You'd hope that since there is an analogy that they can see like directly, they would hopefully be able to see it in their own
and one that they can really
actions,
relate to. No.
Yeah.
Do we get to that? I do want to get to the Barbie stuff. We've got like 45 minutes.
Let's just go. Yeah, let's just go to the Barbie. I think this was great. We got the big, like, boom.
Well, that him reading it is that he got himself. He got by himself. I'm impressed. Yeah.
Yeah.
He actually went and actually like affirmed most of the positions where a lot of times I don't know, the CRT type do not. They just keep using that retreat thing. So
this was an interesting.
I guess I thought he had more skill.
That's what I'm saying. Like you go. I thought I expected more. That's all. I expected the same.
Yeah.
But we've had better from other people. And I'm like, considering his audience and things like that, I would have thought he would have a bit more skill.
Yeah.
I thought I would have thought that he'd be more skilled than Jangles, but I actually don't think he was in this particular conversation.
Yeah, this is wow. Like this was like, do you even YouTube?
Yeah. No, it was really like, we didn't get to it. It was really funny, where Sitch is pointing out. So the argument itself from Sitch, I think, is way more contentious and way more divisive. But it was really funny how when Sitch was bringing up Sam's past videos and past clips, and they're all super recent, you know, within 2 weeks or less. And Sam was all like, you know, that stuff forever ago or whatever. And then it's like,
well, I mean, when your memory
scrolls
goes
down
back
to the
5
date.
seconds.
Like,
it's like this was 2 weeks ago, and he's like, what?
That's in media terms, that's 2 years ago. Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, so we can go from the beginning, or did you want to like a certain spot?
I didn't finish all of this, but again, I have not. Am I the only one here who hasn't seen it on the panel?
The movie or the debate?
The panel. I mean, the movie.
I still have not seen the movie, but I have continued to develop my pitch. From
you all should.
We talked about.
Everyone should see it.
Okay, so this is the thing. Gray, you liked it, didn't you?
I did.
Okay.
I had a gay old time at the movie theater.
Okay, all right.
It was great.
I actually did not like it. The thing is that I would never begrudge someone for enjoying themselves. Just as a pure expression of like enjoyment. I might like find it disheartening and unfortunate that like if there was a series of movies that I felt were really bad and they were getting a lot of praise, I might find that to be disheartening. But on an individual basis, someone just saying, "Oh, I like this movie," I'm never gonna say, you know, that's bad or, you know, criticize them for that. I think that you finding joy where you can is great. But I, however, very much was disheartened by this movie on several points because of what I felt were the unintentional or unintended messages in this movie. I think were really strong and really vindictive and really mean-spirited.
Yeah, see, that's why I want to watch this.
I could see
because
that.
I want to know which side of this will I be able to enjoy it anyway.
And I do want to say,
go ahead.
You know, like everything, the stage was set for me to hate this. So I had like the overall like intentions of the movie and like the ending in particular spoiled for me. So I decided to go ahead and watch Ben Shapiro's review of it first before I even saw the movie. So I fully thought, I'm going to hate this. This is going to be, you know, it's going to be ham-fisted. It's going to just cram ideology down your throat. And I got to say, I was very pleasantly surprised. It was very enjoyable for me. I left, there's a good portion of it all throughout it. Like, you got to admit, the like fascism joke in the middle of it was pretty great.
Oh, really? I felt like, I just kind of rolled my eyes. I'm not saying
there's a lot that doesn't hit well, but I'm not saying that it's like a 10 out of 10. So for me, it's a little bit beyond middle of the road. So like that would be like 5 for me. So it's a little bit beyond that. So I'd give it like 6 out of 10. It's more enjoyable than not. I'm not saying this is like a masterpiece, but you have to admit, like visually, everything about this is cool, and the fact that they even went like practical with the effects. It's not just CG. Like everything looks really cool in this. And then it's Noah Baumbach, who I can't remember exactly which. Oh, now I'm blanking on his name. Like Royal Tenenbaums and all that stuff. Wes Anderson. Sorry, he has a connection to him, so it's kind of a world like that. Like it's hyper realistic and everything. The reality, the real world from it, I think the part that Ben Shapiro, I think Sitch is also kind of suffering from this. They're looking at it to be a one-on-one for our world, where it is also a fantasy world. They're calling it real world because it's versus the Barbie world, but I don't think this is an analogy for everything one-to-one.
So you are, so you are, it's not supposed to be. You are on Doomer's side for that.
100%. Yeah, I have never agreed with Parallax's view as much as I did in this. Yes, he is my spirit animal in this debate.
No,
that being said, I think he enjoyed it more than me. But yeah, it's visually very appealing, and the humor is inconsistent. So I don't know if you know like the script on this, but it's been through at least like 4 different versions. I know one of them was going to be Amy Schumer as Barbie.
Oof, yeah, I heard that. I
think a lot of the jokes are kind of left over from that. Yeah, and I think like that kind of works in a different way. And I think that's where a lot of the concepts came from, including that like last joke that I think people are taking like way seriously. I think that was an Amy Schumer leftover joke. I could be wrong, but I don't know. It is weird. It's not a perfect script. There's definitely inconsistency, and like, is it supposed to be a musical or not? There's a lot of problems with it, but to me, it was more of an enjoyable experience than I expected, and especially with recent cinema that's been very ham-fisted. This has it there, but I don't know that any of the characters who are espousing this ideology are correct. I don't know if they're meant to be the correct person. It's not like She-Hulk yelling at you. Instead, it's some whiny brat, like teenage girl who calls her a fascist. It's like, I don't know what the film is siding with this teenage kid.
I will definitely say that. Well, that's only why I rolled my eyes, because I also knew that we were supposed to. I feel like almost. Whether you're supposed to laugh or whether you're supposed to roll your eyes, I think that both of those things are poking fun at the girl. She is in the wrong when she's calling Barbie fascist, and it is supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
It's cringy.
I just
and that's one
rolled
thing
my
that like
eyes.
Ben Shapiro says in his thing is that like this movie hates Barbie, and it's like, does it? Like everyone in this loves Barbie. The only one who's like against her is this teenage girl, and it's like I don't think it is ambiguous at all.
No,
like, Barbie in no way is the bad person or anything like that, and it doesn't come off that they hate Barbie.
No.
It's just different than what he expected. He expected Enchanted, but with Barbie, and he didn't get that.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's different. And then his other main objection is like, this is for kids. This is for 8-year-olds. And it's like, it's PG-13. It's not for 8-year-olds. It's a weird way to go. Like if Barbie were my product, I wouldn't have sold the IP to this, but it's not going towards kids. I don't know. That just seems a little weird. I do believe it's more aimed at parents. And then his other thing was you can tell it's aimed at kids because of the previews that I showed before this.
Sure.
I don't know. The problem with the PG-13 is like there aren't a lot of PG-13s, and you can't show R-rating, trailers with it. So you are left with G or PG trailers in front. I don't think that's a great example of why this is for kids either. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to come off like I'm championing this film as like a great cinematography, but like it is worth a see. I know I tried to convince Patrick to see it. He does not want to see it.
Yeah,
but,
I tried to get him to see it as well.
I might have convinced him to see it once it streams.
Okay.
He doesn't want to go to it.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. So with this, I'll say that I think I can see where you're coming from when you're saying that the movie doesn't endorse all the views, and that there is a kind of the absurdity of the film could lead you to believe that the film isn't endorsing any of the feminist messaging in the film. However, I disagree with that on the basis of the fact that even if it's exaggerated, right? What works in the film for different characters, like the progression of the plot, what works for the film, what works for characters, what stops characters, what are the end goals, what is the messaging at the end, especially for Barbie and Ken. I think that the movie does endorse.
I think the messaging is good. So what did you get as the messaging from it? Because I see it as a positive message, and I saw what the Fandom Initiative saw as the message, and I think they missed it completely.
Yeah.
And I also saw what Ben Shapiro saw as the message, and I really think that he missed it. What did you get out of it? So I know I'm not the first one to say this. I think I first heard it from Vincent, but I've seen it a couple other places, that this movie is very much a Rorschach test, and it or a mirror.
Yeah.
You see a lot of what you want to see looking into it. It's not necessarily there. So sorry for that big preamble. I would like to hear kind of what you saw in it, because I think we might have seen a different message.
No. Part of my problem is that the messaging feels tacked on. I can actually point to specific to the end.
And it very well may be because of the script.
Right. that's part of my problem, is that the messaging at the end of the film doesn't actually connect with the film itself. And so
so what did you see as that message?
Well, okay, so with the message at the end with Ken, she is talking about how Ken needs to not rely on himself, or sorry, let me rephrase that. He needs to not rely on the validation of other people, and he needs to find value in himself.
And I saw that, and that seemed like an awesome message to me. That's what I got for Ken. And the Fandom Initiative seems to think that. So sorry, the other part that they added to it was that it's accepting yourself. And
there may be a
I don't
little
know,
bit
like
of
I
that.
do
I don't
get
think
that message with Ken, but I do not get that message with Barbie at all.
No.
Like it is not about accepting herself at all. So I don't know. I think there's different messages for different characters in the movie, and I think that's the other thing too. Like, are you going to say that like the message of Ken's journey is the message of the movie? I don't know that it necessarily is, because it's the Barbie movie, not the Ken movie.
Exactly. But the problem with
that Ken character seems to have a positive message. In my interpretation of it, is that he learns that you shouldn't value yourself based off of somebody else. You should learn to you are enough.
Exactly. Yes.
May I?
Wait, I just wanted to.
Yes.
Just wanted.
Dorcas hasn't spoken about it.
Yeah. No, let me just real quick. I want to say that like the messaging connects with how Ken is characterized, especially in the beginning and at one or two other points in the film. But that messaging does not connect with Ken's journey. Because Ken,
in what way?
Because Ken, once he found the patriarchy, didn't care about Barbie anymore. He was exploring himself already. And yet they reverted back to that at the very end of the movie, almost arbitrarily, in order to have this ending. He was already discovering himself through the patriarchy. He was finding self-worth. He was
So I don't know that it's necessarily through the patriarchy, but he was finding self-worth. I think that's the part that you're so he was exploring this ideology, but like it crumbles so easily, and he realized that wasn't giving him happiness even when he was in charge of everything.
Well, no.
So I don't think he found it through that ideology, but I think he found it through not being an accessory. Like at this point he was okay with him being Ken, not him being
But even
Barbie
him not being happy wasn't shown. It was stated at the end. He was happy.
Yes. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that they like did a good journey on any of these, but I think Ken had the most complete journey out of any character in there.
Sure.
And he is kind of the most
likable guy.
I don't know. I think Gosling did a great job on it. Yeah. And I think he's going to well, hey, Alan was based.
No,
I like Alan.
Yeah,
but,
Alan was pretty based.
Can I get sorry?
Yes,
sorry.
Yeah. Hey, one second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some coffee and stuff. All that junk.
In that case, Gray, Kitty, may I get your opinions on Death of the Author, particularly as it pertains to this movie?
Yeah, so that was actually supposed to be episode 1 of mine and Patrick's show was supposed to be Death of the Author, and we were actually supposed to have Andrew and Vincent on there as well.
Nice. Think alike.
So I have, yeah. I mean, it's a really fun concept that I'd like to explore more, and I'd like to get kind of others' ideas on, because I don't know that I have it correct. In like any sort of fiction, I don't really have issue like separating the story from the author. For instance, like I rarely agree with Stephen King's politics, but I love his stories, man. Like they really are captivating, and he's written some really dark and relatable stories, even if I don't relate to him personally. That being said, like, I don't know, like Bill Cosby, I cannot watch like The Cosby Show, and I can't listen to his albums without that creeping in there. But like, say Michael Jackson, I've got no issue listening to like any of that old music. That doesn't make me think of the controversy. So I don't know. I have an issue with it. I don't know exactly why. It's kind of like that taboo thing. I don't know if you read Jonathan Haidt or anything, but like he has a lot of very hard situations that they're cultural taboos, and it makes you feel one way about it, but you might not necessarily have like the explanation on it. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure why, but Cosby seems different to me than say like, I don't know. I've heard very horrible things about Hunter S. Thompson, but yeah, I could still read his work or see movies based off of it and not think of that. So I don't know. I feel like I have a contradiction in my Death of the Author.
And Kitty?
Yeah, so it would be a case by case basis for you. For me, yeah, when it comes to I'm pretty much the same as Gray there. But when it comes to what an author says about their own work, they're an authority on what they meant. So from that perspective, when they've spoken about what they meant, then we have to accept what they've said. Although there is
even if it's retconning it,
if it's retconning it, when it came to what's the name, J.K. Rowling getting all woke and being like, yeah, it's like then it's like, really, it wasn't there. You're talking shit. You're like it again. I suppose what that is a case by case basis. Then let's talk about it, because when she did that, it just seemed really disingenuous. It came out of nowhere. It was inconsistent, and that sort of thing pissed me off. But that doesn't mean that all of the enjoyment that I got from the books when I was younger went away. That like I think maybe it's because I think we can maybe talk about the like with Cosby and stuff. Maybe it's because of the nature of what. It's not just that they disagree with me politically. It's like actual crime.
Yeah.
So that then there's with Michael Jackson. I love Michael Jackson's music, and then I'm like, yeah, but he was messed up, and I don't know. We don't know if it's true and whatever. And maybe it's because.
But I mean, like, if Don't Stop Till You Get Enough comes on or whatever, it's like, I don't know. I can't help but kind of move along to it. But I'm not thinking of like his thing. But like, I don't know. If you just see like Cosby and like the sweater, like, I don't know. So for some reason, I don't know that one is worse than the other.
So as it pertains specifically to Barbie, I'm seeing a lot of folks come out and say it's a secretly anti-woke movie. Which doesn't.
So that's where I think the ending of it. So you haven't actually seen it, right?
I have not. I've listened to e-fappers and what have you.
Okay, so I mean, like, this is like ultimate spoilers. Like, the movie has already ended, and then they tack on one extra joke to it
about the lady parts.
It is kind of the. Yeah, exactly. So Barbie does have a decision that she could remain a doll and unhappy in Barbie Land. I think Doomer had like a pretty good point when he mentions it's kind of like growing up. I don't know that that's necessarily what they were going for. It could still be kind of like the red pill thing. Like, once you've, kind of seen, or even a woke thing, once you've been awakened to this, could you ever truly go back asleep? Could you ever go back to this? It seems like she wouldn't be happy if she did. So she chooses suffering, even though it is a perfect world. It is the matriarchy and everything is as it should be for Barbies. She chooses to go to the real world. You could take that as a conservative message. You could also take the fact that she's going to the gynecologist. That shows that she is a real person. You could take that as an anti-trans or pro-trans allegory. Either way you want to see it. That's why I'm saying it's like a Rorschach test. So it could be that the one thing that she was able to do was talk to Rhea Perlman, the creator, as a god replica, and then or stand-in, and that made her a biological woman, and that is the only important thing. Or she went to the creator and was bestowed a vagina, so this could be an allegory for a trans bottom surgery. And then where would you go to follow up with that but a gynecologist? Like, really, it's how you want to interpret that. I believe it was an Amy Schumer throwaway joke that they just tacked on to the end of it. I could be wrong on where that came from, but I don't see it being like necessarily this is the ideology of it. I think it's very much open to interpretation. I think it's just kind of a joke, or it was supposed to be a joke, but somehow everyone's getting caught up on it.
I think that...
So I don't know.
Yeah, for me, I think that the ending is relating to I think that the best interpretation is what Doomer said about waking up and not going back. I think that is the strongest through line for that decision to become a real person. And the gynecologist visit is just a joke.
And Andrew,
I think so.
Yeah.
What's super quickly? What's your take on Death of the Author?
I think that ultimately the art is the art, and the author has a high probability of having the most insight, but they are not an authority on their work. I think that they can misunderstand their own work,
or they don't communicate what they think they are.
Right, because let's say if I make something, and I'm trying to say X, Y, and Z, but I completely fail to communicate that, the film isn't saying X, Y, and Z. It could be saying, A, B, C. And everyone comes away with ABC, and they have all these really good arguments about why this film is saying A, B, and C. But so it in a sense, you could say it succeeds at that, but it fails at. You could also make the argument that it fails at being at saying X, Y, and Z. So I myself have if I was the author, right? The author I would have the most insight into what it's trying to be, maybe, but not what it is.
Right.
Fair enough.
And
I think he definitely would be the expert on what it was trying to be. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
And just for my take, to put it out there quickly, I am very fond of understanding, of listening to what the author has said and how they've structured things and why they've structured things specific ways. And I'm very fond of knowing and understanding the author's perspective. I do personally place some level of importance on what they say. I wouldn't necessarily say it's the bulk of my overall analysis or my experience taking in the artwork. And at the same time, and I think I've mentioned this on a previous stream, I used to record auditions at a studio, and frequently, this one particular director, his style would involve asking me what I was trying to communicate. So if I were going for a warm delivery of the copy, he might say, well, I'm getting sarcasm or I'm getting coldness. And I'm like, okay, well, how am I communicating that? What do I need to change? So I totally get, I think, what you're saying, Andrew. And, that mush is more or less my opinion on Death of the Author.
I think we can go through all different kinds of perspectives of it, of how people see the piece of art. Doesn't matter. We can say, oh, well, but the author says this is what they were trying to say. And it's like, well, that's what that might have been what they were trying to do, but this is what I got from it. So for sure, those things don't have to be the same. But it's important to know when it comes to movies, with this sort of discussion, the director is trying to take some sort of, they will try to take some sort of virtue points from saying what their movie is about. So that does become relevant. We want to know what they think their movie was about. But also, I like that there's so many different interpretations. It's so much fun. That's what I'm enjoying about the movie. Like, I'm going to watch it because what's interesting is let's see, or which parts were stand out to us more. That's what I want to find out. That's why I have to see it.
Oh, and to bring it back to Barbie, again, I think repeating myself from the last stream, I'm not of a mind to give Hollywood much charity in my interpretations anymore.
Same.
So,
yeah.
there are a lot of people whose opinions I appreciate and admire and respect, saying that they did enjoy the movie, and I'm open to hearing those ideas, but they may well be more charitable than I am personally willing to offer. But again, I haven't seen it. It sounds like I might see it this weekend if the watch party happens.
I hope it does. I'd be interested in seeing it a second time.
Yeah. I'll see if I can bring Ali to my house so we can still have girls.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe I'll put it on the TV.
According to Mystery Stranger 42, I might qualify as that now.
Oh yeah, you can
Fair
girls. Yay.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, what Doomer seems to have this kind of like either or kind of view of the movie, that this is the only way that this movie is going to be taken, and you're dumb to think of it in this way, which I think
I can see how people are interpreting it in different ways.
Yeah.
Though. Like I don't know. I think that's too.
It's
I
too
don't know.
rigid.
I
I'd
think
say
it should be more of a gray interpretation. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I honestly think it could mean all of those things, but I do know that considering the discussion that's come from the actual director, it's more likely that this person is doing the very shallow virtue signal feminism. That's it. It's just and also hitting all the buttons of the normie woman. It's doing all of that. What I'm interested in is, can it do it? Can that cinematography and the way it's done, can that be interesting enough for me to sit through it without really hating it? Oh.
Yeah, I'd be interested too, because I thought I was really primed to hate it, and I assumed I was not going to like it, and I was pleasantly surprised, and that's not common in movies today.
Yeah.
So did you feel like any of the comedy hit with you, Andrew? Like,
oh yeah. No, there were moments. Okay, so there were moments where I laughed with the film, definitely. Like Will Ferrell's character was a riot. I even laughed at like some of the ideological jokes worked for me. So I mean, that's what makes me think that like even a third wave feminist movie could be funny. It's just that there were many parts of this that didn't work for me, and some of those parts actually kind of hurt me deeply. Like the part about like the date and what they did to make the Kens fight each other, I felt was really mean-spirited.
Yeah. And
especially how it was phrased.
Stuck's point, like a lot of it is intentionally supposed to be that way. Like, the ideology that's kind of used to break the false consciousness is all that. Like, I mean, like it's in your face. It's not meant to be like a hidden thing or anything like that. But it's literally as superficial as like somebody says, "Don't you want to wear pants?" And that's enough to break the patriarchy.
Well,
like it's not meant to. I know, but I mean that's on par with America Fiera's speech. Like, it's not like they have to keep like repeating her speech like it was magic words. Literally by saying like, "Don't you want to wear pants?" I can't remember the exact way they phrased it. That also breaks patriarchy. So I don't know. You could interpret it as like this speech is like the biggest thing ever, but it's coming from.
Well, I agree.
Is she a secretary or is she an office manager? I can't remember exactly what her title is at the company, but it's like it's not like this is the president of the United States or like some feminist scholar. It's literally like a secretary is saying, "Hey, here's this speech," in the middle of it.
Right.
And then the same thing that also works to break patriarchy is, "Don't you want to wear pants?"
Yeah.
Like I don't know. It just, to me, is not meant that like you must take this ideology seriously. It seems to be poking fun at it,
you can have fun
from a movie like this.
You can have fun. That's the thing. Can you have a good laugh at it? Like even if you know the movie's trying to shove this feminism at you, you can still enjoy it from a different perspective. Whether the director intended it or not, if I can enjoy it from that perspective, I totally will. Where it's like, this stupid little lame child is saying that Barbie's a fucking fascist. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
No.
Yeah.
No. That's why I really liked Undercover Brother. Undercover Brother was.
Yeah, and I'm a fan of that one too. And Pootie Tang, I know that you mentioned that one last time. It is very much in the same, blaxploitation genre, fun genre of film.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Blackula always has a place in my heart.
But what is it? Ken's, much of Ken's arc. Okay, so like part of the problem is that things weren't set up and.
For sure. Like that's the huge part. Like if this is a Pinocchio story, like why wasn't there set up for it?
Yeah.
Like it feels like all the iterations of the script, they just kind of lost that part.
Exactly.
And why is that what she's striving for when she's never had a desire to become human? I don't know. It's weird.
Sorry. Ken's journey was Ken's relationship with Barbie was acknowledged to be, like in universe by the characters themselves, was acknowledged to be a form of romance, right? Like that they were boyfriend girlfriend of some kind. She says, well, I understand. No, this is my problem though, right? The fact that things don't line up, like you can have a different interpretation, but just like hear me out for a second. With Barbie, she said, I feel like I have, like, she didn't say neglected. She said, like, taking you for granted. It didn't always have to be a girls' night. But then there also is the point in that scene and throughout the movie where she wants to keep Ken at arm's length. So there's lots of things in the film that would suggest that she isn't interested in Ken as a romantic partner at all, but she also acknowledges that he has a place next to her. And they even say things, I want to say that they I forget the line, so I'll have to just notice it on the rewatch, but she does acknowledge that they are boyfriend girlfriend. She does. That's important. She has some recognition of this. And then she also is always rejecting him and keeping him at arm's length. And this could be an effect of rewrites, right? If you have a lot of rewrites,
I don't think it was done well.
Yeah. You could have like things that are unintended in the film, like that they were put in the script, they were shot, they were all of this kind of stuff, and they were unintentional. But they're there. And that's more or less what I'm trying to say. That's connects to
So I agree with you. It's not perfect, and they don't have like a great journey for I don't know. I do like Ken's journey, but I think the one part that you're missing, and so I might be adding too much of Ben Shapiro's take to what you're saying, but he seems to be under the impression that Barbie and Ken were meant to be together, and that's what they're designed for. Like they were designed to be partners, and it's just not the case, man. Like so this is Barbie world, so it's fictional. It's kind of like Lego world or whatever in the Lego movie. It's, there are so many more Barbies than there are Kens. Like if you look at like the way that they're played with, anybody who has a Barbie or had Barbies probably had multiple Barbies, probably one Ken at most. It's just an accessory. Like Ken isn't meant to be the partner. He isn't meant to be, they didn't sell Ken houses. Mm-hmm. They make a point of that in the film that like Ken doesn't even have a house.
Right.
And that's, it is shitty for Ken. It would be a horrible world to live in. I wouldn't want to live in Barbie world, but that's what this fictional world is. It's Barbie world. It's not Ken world.
I 100% acknowledge that. I think that at least some of these problems are related to sticking close to the reality and the general world building. That they included things that are unfortunate because they maintained their consistency in world building. Like with what do you call it? Ken more or less is an accessory to Barbie, and that fits with the point of, or the world building of the film, right? The Barbie world
he
is
learns to be.
Well, he doesn't.
He learns a
he's
kind of
told
a
at the
cool
end of the movie.
message
No,
to.
He's told at the end.
Okay, fair enough. He is. Well, so he does experience it through. He is in charge of everything, and he realizes that he's not happy in that, and that he thought kind of being in charge would bring him that happiness. He says it, but
we're not showing it.
You're right. They could show it better, but again, he is like the ancillary character in this. He is kind of, if Ryan Gosling is nominated, he's not going to be nominated for like lead actor or anything like that. Like it is a supporting role. So I don't know how much of a journey you could necessarily get for him, but the end up point of, you know what, I don't need to be a partner in this. Like that's not what I'm ever going to get. Instead, I need to be happy with myself.
I like that
That's
message.
That's not a bad message, and I like that. Fair enough. It's not well established. It's just kind of stated. So I totally agree with you. It definitely could have been fleshed out, but for that being Ken's stated journey, I don't think it's horrible. It definitely could have been more fleshed out, and it could have been established.
Right. I think that even in the end, that end scene with Ken, the statement that she makes at the end with her saying that you need to discover yourself, you are enough. That last statement that she makes towards him is it's the trope of you helping somebody else is your final revelation. There's that trope in storytelling, like,
but it's also her like realizing that like she is stringing him along, and that's not going. It's not good
she doesn't
for him,
realize that.
And it's not her. No. I think she does, and that's so they don't establish it well. But that is what that statement is supposed to say. That like, I've kind of been taking you for granted, is how you were describing it. That is supposed to be her realizing that like that isn't it isn't fair to him, but she's not going to offer him more, and her journey isn't to stay here in the Barbie world. So I don't know, like it's not well established or like actually fleshed out in the film, but it is stated, and I understand this is a medium you want to show, not tell, and they're not doing that. But I don't know, to say it's not there, it's just not well executed, but it's technically there. I don't know. I guess that's where I would disagree with you, but not by much.
All right. So were we ever gonna, I think what we should do now, we got like 10 minutes left. We should go to memes and actually watch the preview for CPAFIs.
Well, I just came here to say, if you think you want to be a Barbie girl, well, guess what? Me too, bucko. But it ain't easy being a Barbie girl. All right? We know it's not. We know it's fantastic, all right? But, if you want to get to that level of fantastic.
Life in plastic.
It's a very expensive plastic surgery, and I can't even afford it for my wife, and I got that Daily Wire money.
Well, it's always great to have you, sir.
Indeed.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Oh, nice.
That is really nice.
I like it actually has like the marble texture.
Yeah, but then the hair texture is good too.
I felt hurt that Lady Cameron didn't give me one of these in this volley of anime girls.
Oh wow. Dang.
I mean, that is kind of the Barbie version. Like, there you go.
Kitty, you're muted.
Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. I'm saying. I was saying. I don't know if this is CPAFI or me.
I thought it was you. Yeah, but it might be me. It's wearing kind of a.
Yeah.
We'll have to. Yeah. And then
I think it is you.
This is my favorite one.
It is pretty adorable.
I like that one a lot. I wanted to switch it, but I think my stupid camera won't allow me to do that right this moment.
This one is the top. This is the top tier.
The top P.
Oh, it's me.
But I don't know. Catrews.
No, that's it.
I think this one is based off of Tuesday's talk.
Well, it's based off of.
You know what? What's the point of having a goth? What's the point of having a goth GF if she doesn't have big titties?
Hey, flyover states are fine.
Fly over titties.
Fly over titties. The first one was busty. But this is the first one. But busty.
Busty.
Yeah,
Oh, that's very funny.
Very well done. Very well done. Yeah. I think the reason that this one's me is because of the hoodie. It's from like where I wear with the orange hoodie. Yeah. There's a new one, Kitty. Okay, let's check it out. Oh, there's CPAFI.
Aw, it's adorable.
Isn't it?
It is, but mine looks more like a child than everyone else's again.
It's accurate.
Yeah. All right, yeah, fair enough. That's me as a Barbie. I don't know why I'm wearing like so much leather.
It seems like leather. Yeah, it's shiny. Yeah,
it's kind of
because it's plastic.
Yeah, it's plastic.
I think you can see that you're a Barbie in this one. Gray and I
Very
just
much
look
so.
cartoon. We look cartoony.
Yeah, mine that is very Barbie.
The hair over here is perfectly Barbie though. This hair.
Yeah, that one is just awesome.
Mine looks like a Barbie doll. Like I could see that being. Well, I don't know about really.
Mine's a Barbie. Yeah, you can definitely see this. This is my face. That nose is just so proportional.
All right, hold on. Let me switch this over then. Jeez.
Wait, let's get to the preview. Do you have the link up? Otherwise, I'm gonna get it. It's just gonna take a second.
So are you nervous for your premiere?
Yeah,
Mr.
I'll tell you
Paffer?
why I'm nervous because.
Oh wait! We didn't go through memes. We went through AI picks.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Oh, whoa!
Whoa! Hold on. We have to look at this one first.
Yeah, I like this one better.
Everybody, after that reaction from all of us, we have to show
I
people
don't
what we're talking
think you
about.
can use that avatar and still have your campaign going. You've got to at least add the ass in there all the time.
Okay, I was gonna show it, but yeah, there's a nice big version of it. Those are not flyover titties. Just hold on there. Wait, we need to do the.
That's so funny.
Just add your middle name. You've got to always do that.
See, it is. It's there. At least in the title.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, it's me! Kitty was a stranger person in her youth.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's thank you very much, Cameron.
Let's share this tab instead. Here you go. It's me, guys.
Wow.
It works.
I didn't anticipate that.
You were, but it shocked you, didn't you? Didn't it? It was like, oh, wait, that's actually so accurate. So this Zero Fucks gave us this. Very not P.
Bucket.
Yeah. I don't know what this is over here. Open.
I think it's barrels now. They've graduated from buckets.
What is this song?
If it's music, then it may actually be copyrighted. Well, I don't know. Yeah.
What's this here? It's Smug Waffles.
Okay.
Yeah, just
they're usually good, but I don't know.
Nothing really stream this. More AI art.
Okay.
Let's see. No, just boobs. Okay. Let's go to
where?
Oh, that's me. Yeah, it's you. I'm gonna just get the preview up now. Benjamin the Dream Wizard.
I like my hair reminds me of do you, Lady Cameron, do you use like prompts of like images and you upload them to an AI and you say make these two things the same? Because my anime girl looks
Generally.
like Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club. It looks exactly the same.
I want to go and watch PewDiePie
Generally, you
play
just
that
give
again.
it a prompt and then it does it, but it pulls it from different
Well,
areas, so it might be pulling from.
Well,
that.
his is using our images. Like what he's doing is he's using our.
Yeah.
Oh, that's me.
Could you just put my image in
Yeah,
and be
it's
like,
your face reveal.
Yeah, it is.
yeah, but you don't really see it. It's the cup or whatever. But
It's the mug.
I still consider it that I haven't seen him properly. It's like
Your
Miss
mug has now been
1776.
seen on stream.
Yeah, that's
Like
my-
Miss
that's my
1776, you
nose.
can see like half her face, but you haven't seen it. It's not a face reveal.
We haven't seen her mug. We've seen his mug.
He revealed his
True.
mug. Okay, so this is the premiere, but I want to go to. Is it shorts,
It's shorts,
or
yeah.
videos?
It should be shorts. Well, there's a video one too, but it's shorts.
Oh, I guess it was video.
The
Creates
the video is me just sharing my dream. The short is going to be the premiere.
I love how you said chronic impressionists.
I can't
I
stop.
love
It's
all this
hard.
mythical analysis. Man, that's right up my alley. That's good stuff.
You think you can just kill Tiamat without putting the work in? Well, you got another thing coming, Bucko, because let me tell you something about Tiamat. She's scary as hell.
Well, and more than that, she's not dead until you transform her to order. If there's no transformation into order, if there's no work done, it remains Tiamat, the Dragon of Chaos. You have to transform
You
chaos
gotta
into
kill
order.
the chaos, but
Yep.
you can't just kill all of it. There's some
I
good
love how you
chaos.
cut that
I look
in.
at it as cyclical, is that they are two halves of the same whole that cannot exist without
Yin
each
yang.
other.
Me too.
And
Me
that
you.
they're actually neither one came first necessarily. And I think that's what comes down to a lot of these mythological and religious structures is we're trying to explain to ourselves what does it look like, feel like, what's the experience of being human, and how do we navigate that in the best possible way. I love all his mythical analysis.
It's really
Nice,
great.
nice.
That was great. That is awesome.
It's a long.
I'm almost done with maps
Please
of
throw a
meaning.
like
I'm
on that one.
almost done with maps of meaning. So that's where that rant came from. That was like
This
directed
is
cold.
this is what dreams may come. This is the preview.
This is just me recounting my dream.
All right.
So I'm wearing a three-piece shirt.
I'm on the couch watching TV. Is how my dream starts, and I'm watching some sort of late night show, like the late night show format with the table and the couch. And on the late night show is like me, like a clone of me that I'm watching on the late night show. And he's there, and he's doing some sort of showcasing his support for abortion rights. So how he decides to do this is he wheels out 10 jars of fetal development, like jars of fetal development, but like living. So like I've seen jars of fetal development that are not that, but this was like they're pink. They're not like pale. They're like they're alive almost. And so he takes a sledgehammer and he smashes the first jar, which is basically just a fertilized egg. And he starts working his way up. And as he gets closer, the last jar is a 9-month. So that's like a popper outer.
No, it's not.
That's like birth time. So I'm like, oh my God, he's gonna smash that jar. I need to get down there. And I rush to the studio. And when I show up, he gets the last jar and he smashes it. And there's like viscera that goes everywhere. And as soon as like the explosion of viscera happens,
Like SeaWorld, like Splash Zone.
I'm him then. And then I'm him as soon as and I'm covered in the thing, and everyone is cheering, except not with we haven't brought this up. I don't there's noticeably never any audio in my dreams. It always freaks me out. Something like every night I'm like I'm going deaf every night, but people are like making cheering faces, and that's where the dream ends. With me covered in viscera, holding a sledgehammer, people cheering me on.
Just it like he puts the music in, but it goes with the dream, like the way the dream is kind of sinister.
So-
it goes with that.
Yeah, and I have one question about the dream.
Yeah.
So you said it's like a performance. is there like music going along with the performance, or is it just like out of the blue, or like is it just silent? Because you mentioned like your dreams are
It's
usually
always silent. It's always,
silent,
but it's
Like,
is there supposed to be music? Can you tell? Like, is there a band
Yeah,
accompaniment
yeah.
to
Is
this
it like
thing?
a
Is it
band?
like
Yeah.
how
No.
good of a show is it?
It's like
Is there lighting?
it's probably like we talk about this, but it's like production quality wise, like maybe Jimmy Kimmel.
Mm.
Okay, so it does have some production value to it.
Yeah.
It's not like
like
I public access.
The Clone Me was on a show. Like this was like a legit show that he was on, and they were gonna be like, Jimmy Kimmel's like, all right, let's wheel out the guy. What are you gonna do to show your support for abortion? And I was like, I'm gonna smash these jars.
It gets It's quite
Okay, I
powerful
am
dream,
hooked. I
everybody.
gotta watch for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's unfortunate
Yeah.
is that the entire time you can probably see my face, but I'm looking at myself in the video and I'm like, I look pretty good today. And then he sent me the clip and I rewatched it. and I
Are
was
you
like,
wearing a suit right now? Are you wearing a 3-piece suit as you're speaking to us?
I'm wearing like a what is that? A black T-shirt, I think. Like,
Oh.
so no,
So we're
not
not
quite.
as special. Okay, fine. I mean, we're no wizards.
Well, it's
but
hold
still.
on. It was the Jordan Peterson voice as a joke. Me wearing a 3-piece suit. It's supposed to be funny.
I don't know. Is half of it one color, half of it another? Like, I think you really got to follow through on
down
that
the
joke
middle.
if you're going for it.
No, but
Yeah.
halfway through
Get
my
the
tie
whole
changes
one.
colors.
Oh.
Hmm.
Okay, I get that. So yeah, I put the link
Well,
in
I'm
the
definitely
chat.
hooked. Those were edited very well, and they are very hooking.
Yeah.
Both of the short and
I
the
get that a
actual
lot.
trailer.
Thank you.
So.
Okay, so
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
But yeah,
yeah.
what's happening content wise? Let's go Foxroo.
yeah, well, I'm working on something. Hopefully, I'll be able to edit that out and get it out, at least the first part, this weekend. Yes, I'm going to work really hard on
Hell
that.
yeah.
I've got some free time-ish, so I'm going to be working hard on getting the first part out. I'm still recording. Part three hopefully will be the biggest, and I'll be able to get that. I don't know when those are going to get out, but then we're having Monday off, right? No Monday.
Yeah, no Monday.
Oh, for me?
But,
Yeah, no Monday.
Yeah, but then Wednesday I should be back to my normal schedule I took this week on because it was going to be so heavy this week content wise for me. So.
Okay.
But
That's
yeah.
unacceptable.
But-
You cannot take a week off. No.
Yeah, we demand it
Me?
all the time.
Well,
So-
first of all, I never do. Your week and the other week doesn't match up, so I never take a week off Dungeons and Dragons. But are you talking to Andrew?
But
Yeah, me.
Or both of us?
Well, both of us. Yeah. Anyway, so
Yes.
Don't be selfish.
Dorcas, what are you doing?
Nothing in particular. I might stream some Baldur's Gate 3 either on my channel, but more likely in the Discord, depending on how sociable I'm feeling.
Are you completely downloaded now?
Completely downloaded.
Nice. Congrats.
Thank
Do
you.
it. Make it. Make it. Do it. Do it.
Do it.
yeah,
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
um,
Eldritch
and
Blast.
Gray, you guys have something coming up today-ish. No, tomorrow. Today for me.
Tomorrow. Yeah, it might be today for people. Yes. Yeah, we just missed Monday is when we usually put it out. But yeah, we didn't want to miss this week. So yeah, randomly it's tomorrow. But yeah, should be fun. So yeah, Patrick and I are debuting like 2 or 3 new segments and catching up with some of our actual friends, as well as going through the what do you want to call that? I take umbrage with Ben Shapiro's take on the Barbie movie. So if you liked what we did here, I try and convince Patrick to see it, and I may or may not have done that. We'll have to see.
Did you
Will
see?
he come to the watch party?
I hope he will, but he's been really busy. He got a promotion to work,
Yeah.
which he deserves,
for him.
but that's taken up a lot of his free time. So I'm not sure if he'd be able to, but he has means to see the Barbie movie, and I know someone's trying to get him to see it besides me, so maybe he'll cave.
He better.
Did you see Shoe and Head's Barbie movie video?
Yeah, I watched it.
I didn't.
It was very nice.
I
think
well,
it's...
you know what? You know what's infuriating about that? She proves that she, in fact, can make a video in a week, but she just chooses not to. So in her entire YouTube career, she's made like 12 videos.
Yeah.
They're pretty successful.
Yeah,
though.
well, I mean, good for her, quality over quantity, but that was a pretty good video, and she made it in a week of it coming out.
Oh, I think I forgot. On Saturday, I'm supposed to also be on 76's conspiracy stream.
What conspiracy are you going to be talking about?
I haven't chosen one yet.
Are you ready to be just the voice of
I don't
reason
know.
against some wild shit?
No,
You will
never.
Well, I
hope I can catch
I
that
know
one.
you don't think you're gonna be. You're going like on a conspiracy stream, but you're gonna be.
I watched it a few times. I don't know. I might try and restoke Patrick's stoned ape theory. I don't know. I think it deserves some consideration. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh, was
Perhaps
she boxy?
birds. I think they're real though.
I did not know that she did anything boxy. Anyway,
Did you
so
think
yeah,
yeah, okay, my bad.
what?
I was gonna say Candace Owens interviewed Andrew Tate, and it was like the weakest interview you've ever seen. Like the most, like more than anything else. She's like, "So, did you do it?" And he was like, "No." And she's like, "Well, that proves it."
Oh,
I mean, she's got a point.
We'll go.
Would
I
somebody
think
who
we'll
did
go
it
over
say
that
they did
next
it?
week. Then maybe
We have to.
Let's do that. Yeah.
Well, it's gonna be so boring because you're like, just ask him some tough questions, and he never does.
He never does.
Candace Owens
she
never does.
doesn't.
No.
Yeah,
Mm.
you said he.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
My bad.
Perhaps it wasn't a slip.
Mm.
Perhaps that's a conspiracy.
There you go.
I do kind of
There you
think
go.
Candace
That's the
Owens might have been
conspiracy
born a
you'll
man.
talk about.
That's a good one to talk about. Candace Owens was born a man.
Okay, guys.
I
as you
don't
can
think that it was just made up on the spot. I think it exists.
All right.
that
What about
conspiracy.
what are you doing?
So I will hopefully. It's the same as every week. I hope that I will be able to do a gaming stream because
Sure.
I miss gaming. But also, if we do the Barbie watch party, I'll try and just blend that with some seeing Ali IRL things. So hopefully we
Screw
can
gaming.
do that.
Screw gaming.
Saturday.
Let's lock down this this what do you call it?
Yeah, let's try
Watch
and lock
party.
it down tomorrow. Just get times and stuff down for
I
Saturday.
feel bad for Gordon. His wife is going very openly down the path of lesbianism.
Very openly.
Because of
Yes.
Barbie?
Because of Ali.
No, because of Ali.
Oh.
We all love
Oh,
British
fair
chicks,
enough.
but you can't leave your husband for them.
I'm not leaving my husband for Ali. She's my friend.
Oh. Yeah.
No.
That's how it all starts. You never seen Friends?
No, it's a thruple. Thruple.
Oh God. I'm not sharing
Very
Gordon
progressive.
or Ali. So you know what? I just can't be with either.
You're just Polly. There you go. Polly.
You know, never mind. That's kind of base. Never mind about that.
Okay. No, I'm not.
As
I'm not
Andrew Tate would
sharing.
say, that's the.
We
natural
went
way of
from
living.
can men and women be platonic friends to no one can be friends with anyone.
Ain't no one ever just with anything. Yes. If you love your friend, it means that you want them.
You're not allowed to love your friend more than your partner. That's like not allowed.
That well,
I don't think anyone said
that's a
that.
default, isn't it?
I think that's a given.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Like that is a problem if you have that.
Also, I don't know where you got this men and women can't be platonic friends thing. It's weird.
Yeah, we're all
Oh,
just
I was
Yeah.
like
the joke.
jokingly
Yeah.
referencing the entire, like I was
will not
simplifying the
cheat
entire
on-
conversation. that
I
we
mean, a
had.
monogamous, polyamorous. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I need to get to sleep, ladies
Yeah.
and gentlemen. Thank you everybody for doing the think. We didn't get through all of the things like as heavy, but I think I think by now we need to get to the bar. We need to all watch Barbie. Okay.
Yep.
I'm speaking to you, Patrick.
Yeah.
Fine. Oh, you're watching. You typed Patrick. My bad. Yeah, I've totally seen it.
Also, you, Pafford.
You need to watch it too.
You know what? Going to the movies alone
can
is
get a lot
weird.
out
And
of it, so.
I want to apologize for that. I'm not going to be the guy that sits alone in the corner of the movie theater, in the front corner. laughing like a
I went
maniac.
to movies alone. It was great, but also I was going
Yeah.
alone as a female. Nobody really. They're just like, oh, she's just having a day. I had female privilege. Anyway, thanks everybody. Have a nice life. Like and subscribe.
No one put out like a lost child notification.
What, for me? Okay, thanks. Bye.
She looks like a little